Hey, everybody. Hold on a second. Are you hearing this? No, you're not hearing this for some reason. Hang on. You are not hearing this. Why are you not hearing this? Give me a moment. No, you're not. Oh, you are hearing it? Hold on. Hang on. Let me fix it. The sound is not working like it's supposed to be. I will fix things. No, I think you're hearing... Hold on. Let me reset something here. Give me 1 second. I'm resetting something here. Give me a second. No. Hang on. Just give me a second. What is not working here? No, it should. The sound should be much louder. The sound should be much louder. Just give me a moment, guys. Guys. Oh yeah, you are hearing it. You are hearing it. Okay. All right, hang on. Hang on. So these protesters are supposed to march. I don't know exactly where they're marching to. Maybe they're marching more towards the United Center where the DNC is. So they're supposed to march, but I don't know where they're marching.
and Ashifa Hospital. We have not forgotten Reem, Ruh al-Ruh, or Hind Raqab. We have not forgotten fathers carrying pieces of their children in body bags, and we have not forgiven. As we know, the Democratic Party is guilty of funding and encouraging one of the worst genocides in our modern history, giving $12.8 billion in Israeli funding since
organizer with the U.S. Palestinian Community Network, one of the leading organizations in the Coalition for Justice in Palestine, and I am honored to be here speaking to kick off our program and action. CJP represents all of the major Palestinian community organizations in the Chicagoland. We are united in our action to fight for a liberated Palestine. The Palestinians of Gaza are trying to survive a genocide and an administration that supplies and gives Israel the green light to murder our people. The DNC has the audacity to be celebrating in our city. This administration and party has been threatening those that are trying to hold Israel accountable, from threatening sanctions on South Africa to threatening the lives of judges in the ICJ. This administration has advocated to harm students, organizers, and community members for exercising their First Amendment rights by sending law enforcement and FBI to scare our community because we speak out against this genocide. Our community and other communities are not new to government surveillance and government entrapment and repression. Both Democrats and Republicans are guilty of killing and jailing leaders in liberation movements. The government went after the Black Panther Party for fighting for black liberation. In the west side of Chicago, a young martyr by the name of Fred Hampton, leader of the Black Panthers, was killed by the FBI right here in Chicago. The government went after leaders in the Puerto Rican liberation movement like Oscar Lopez. Oscar Lopez was also an organizer here in Chicago. The government went after the Chicano movement, like leaders Carlos Montes, who led the LA walkouts, and he actually spoke here at the March on the DNC this past Monday. The indigenous liberation movements, like Leonard Peltier, are still locked up. I want to take a moment to acknowledge some friends here with us from the NDN Collective, who is fighting to free Leonard Peltier, and we make it clear that the indigenous people of Palestine identify with the indigenous people of every land, including indigenous people's rights in this country. And we raise the call to free all of our Palestinian political prisoners who are facing the most horrific torture in Israeli detention centers, including physical and sexual violence, all supported and funded by the U.S. government and the Democratic Party. Shame! We are here to say that the Democrats' words are meaningless. If they talk about reproductive rights, education, holding law enforcement accountable, immigrant rights, or health care, but if they are the main funders of genocide, their words mean absolutely nothing, because Palestine is everyone's issue. The Democratic Party has failed. The Democratic Party has failed working and oppressed people at home while funding a genocide abroad, and now must face the mass movement here. This is an incredible mobilization that should terrify Democrats, not only because they took our community for granted, but because of the incredible diversity of faces and voices out here who are saying loudly and clearly, they call to stop the genocide immediately. To end all racist, Zionist, white supremacist, apartheid state of Israel, and to support Palestine's legitimate struggle and resistance against the occupation and colonization. We should be clear. We will not support any candidate who supports genocide. Our community will not be pawns in a game to pick who will be our executioners. Genocide Joe's legacy will forever be the genocide of the Palestinian people. Killer Kamala is part of the administration that has killed over 40,000 Palestinians, displaced over 2 million, and provided unlimited aid to the Israeli genocide machine. We will continue to demand that they immediately end all aid to Israel.
We could just do it here.
And the flow of weapons.
Hi, Jada, how are you?
This is the Vietnam War of our generation. This is the Algerian revolution of our generation. The Algerians lost 1 million of their beautiful souls, but kicked the French imperialists and colonizers out of their country. And that's where Palestine is racism, and to victory and liberation for Palestine. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Long live Palestine! Long live Palestine! All right, we're going to kick off this line of speakers, and I have the honor of introducing 25th Alderman Byron Cicho Lopez. Many of you know him. We have the great honor of welcoming him, Chicago's own alderman who fights for the justice all around Chicago land, and he fights especially for the Palestinian people and advocated for a ceasefire and was in it for the fight. Please welcome 25th Ward Alderman Byron Cicho Lopez.
Thank you. And it's an honor to be here today with all of you. And here in Chicago, we say, and we're proud to say, free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Long live Palestine! Long live Palestine! Thank you, every single one of you, for coming today. My name is Byron Cicho Lopez, and I have the honor and privilege to represent the 25th Ward, a historic immigrant port of entry for many, many immigrants. We're proud to stand in solidarity with our Palestinian brothers, sisters, and siblings that have been suffering for a shameful occupation for over 75 years, and today they are enduring a genocide that has already cost the lives of more than 40,000 people. Many of them innocent children, women, and men, and slaughtered with U.S. bombs that drop every single day, while we continue to hear the rhetoric that we are calling for a ceasefire. Well, this is very simple. There will be a ceasefire when there is an arms embargo on Israel, because we cannot continue to fund genocide. Here in Chicago, we understand that working people's liberation cannot be complete until Palestinians are liberated and free from apartheid, from genocide, from occupation. Today, here in Chicago, we are remembering the wise words of a great writer, a brother, James Baldwin, who said wisely, and also condemned the occupation. All children are all ours. All of them. Every single one of them. And today, when we see bombs being dropped on innocent young men, when we see polio, famine, taking the lives of innocent people, we got a choice. We either stand for freedom and liberation, or we allow the attack on human dignity to attack everywhere the consciousness of justice in the world. So here in Chicago, we say we're proud to stand in solidarity, as Chairman Fred Hampton said, international solidarity to defeat the fascists, to defeat those who believe in war, those who want to divide to conquer. And here, we know the facts. And the fact is that children continue to die. Families continue to be in the numbers, entire families wiped out. Apartheid and ethnic cleansing, if we know anything from history, will fall down. I got no doubt in my mind. It will fall down, but we will need every single one of us to organize until the apartheid goes down. Just as with the African, when South African apartheid went down, it went down because of the people. And the student movement, the students that I commend for taking courageous stances. We have many people from DePaul University, from the University of Chicago, Columbia University, and many other campuses. You believe in the First Amendment right. You truly believe in justice, and you actually have read history, so you want to fight to change it. I tell you, here in Chicago, we hear you loud and clear. That's why we're proud to have been the first major city that voted democratically on a ceasefire months ago. Today we hear many Democrats being proud of Chicago because we stand for labor rights, for immigrant rights, for human rights, for reproductive rights. But are they really upholding those values and principles when it comes to our Palestinian brothers, sisters, and siblings? And I dare any Democrat to tell me that they do so. Here in Chicago, we believe that brothers, sisters, and siblings for Palestine deserve and they are just as human beings as you are. They bleed and breathe the same. And we're going to fight for them just as hard as we fight for anybody else. Chicago is a home for one of the largest Palestinian communities in the country. And we will not stop fighting until every single one of our Palestinian brothers and sisters and siblings are free. And it's a shame, a true shame, that in the Democratic Party we're hearing that there's a big tent, but to this date we have not been able to get a Palestinian speaker in the DNC to counter the lies, to counter the misconceptions, the mischaracterizations, because they're trying to wipe out an entire country, an entire nation in front of our very eyes. We cannot allow that. We cannot allow that. We, the people, will press out. So today I tell you, the genocide and the war crimes are not welcome here. Genocide, war crimes are not welcome here. And I tell you to my Republican fascists, I have a message for them too. Because I'm not going to be done only with Republicans. With the fascist Republicans here, I tell you too, you're not going to divide us. And I tell you, we are not going to fall for the divide and conquer. We immigrants have a lot to lose if Trump wins. We know what deportations are. We know what happens when Project 25 happens. We are not for that. But we'll tell you that today, we must fight. We must fight back. And this fight must incorporate all working people. All of us against genocide. All of us against apartheid. All of us for humanity. Only last week we saw a father of triplets. It's unconscionable how we saw that a father of twins that went to pick up a birth certificate for his twin sisters only went back to pick up the bodies of his twin sisters, with 3 daughters and his wife. That is a shame. That's a war crime. It will not be allowed. So today I tell you, rise up, fight back until all of us are free. There's no liberation until all of us are free. If Palestine is not free, none of us are free. This is the problem. Hasta la victoria siempre.
Fight for our liberation! Fight for our liberation! Down with the occupation! Down with the occupation! With that, I would like to introduce our next speaker, and I think this is really important because, again, when we talk about the genocide of Gaza, we cannot forget the real world, the real people that it affects in our community. So, I would like to introduce somebody from Little Palestine, Chicago. Our next speaker is a young woman who has lost 100 family members in the genocide, including most recently, Al Jazeera correspondent.
What's happening over there? Something happening over there? Something is happening over there. Are they taking somebody away? Looks like they might be taking somebody away. I don't really know what happened, but you can see there's a lot of police over there. I don't know if it's police, some officials, or some security people.
To you about the ongoing genocide in Gaza. We gather here today not just as members of different communities and ethnicities, but as fellow human beings, bound by a shared sense of justice, empathy, and the belief that every life is precious. The ongoing genocide in Gaza is not just a humanitarian issue.
Hey, just to clarify, so I saw CJP, and I was thinking it's police. I believe this group is the Coalition for Justice in Palestine, so I think it might have just been people doing security who are with the organizing group of the protest. So just to be clear, now I don't know, there might have been some police over there, I'm not sure, but it looked like maybe just protest security over there.
Right now, there are more than 40,000 killed and slaughtered during the 10 months of this war. They are the cries of a mother who has lost her child, the desperation of a father who cannot provide for his family, and the fear in the eyes of a child who has known nothing but war. These are the stories of human beings who deserve dignity, respect, and a chance at peace and liberation. This is not just a conflict, it is a genocide that challenges the very core of our humanity. What is happening in Gaza is not an isolated incident. It is part of the Palestinian people's painful and long struggle for liberation and freedom that has persisted for decades. A struggle rooted in historical injustices. The Palestinian people of Gaza have endured repeated cycles of barbarity, each more devastating than the last. As we speak, the world watches. DNC people are watching and doing nothing. We must act. We must raise our voices against this genocide and call for an immediate end to the bloodshed. We must remember that this is not about Gaza. It is about our collective humanity. It is about the values we hold dear. Justice, compassion, and the belief that all people, regardless of where they are born or the circumstances they find themselves in, have the right to live in peace and security. We must also look beyond the immediate genocide and address the root causes of the conflict. Issues of occupation, displacement, and the denial of self-determination. In closing, I would like you to please remember that silence in the face of genocide is complicity. We have a moral obligation to speak out, to stand with those who are suffering, and to work towards a future where no child has to live in fear, where no family has to mourn the loss of a loved one due to occupation, and where peace is not just a distant dream, but a reality for all. Let us be the voice for those who have none, and let us act now before it is too late. Thank you, and free Palestine. This is our future, everyone. Give it up to Selma. So proud of our youth. I have the honor of introducing someone that I consider a mentor, and I wouldn't be here today without him. A legendary organizer for black liberation in the U.S., who's a former political prisoner and currently leading the cultivation of black and Palestinian solidarity in the U.S. Please welcome the director of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, Frank Chapman!
There's a helicopter right overhead. Right overhead, there's a helicopter there.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. I don't claim to speak all black people. In fact, I don't want to speak for all black people. I want to speak for those black people who are part of this revolutionary movement. I want to speak for those black people who consistently and principally compose the racist oppression of our people in this country. I speak for them. I don't speak for Kamala Harris. I speak for them. I speak to you as a fellow freedom fighter. We are for the Palestinian revolution unconditionally. We want you to win. And I'm going to say this, and I don't care how some people take it, because your enemy is our enemy. Your enemy is our enemy. Those who undermining you, those who are trying to destroy you, those who are trying to kill your movement, are the same people that are oppressing us and trying to destroy us, and they've been doing it for centuries. So make no mistake about it. We understand why we stand in solidarity with the Palestinian Revolution. Because this is a revolution against racism and imperialism, and the United States government is the leader of that. They're the leader of it. They just got through letting an international criminal, nothing Yahoo. The last part of his name has a lot of meaning, Yahoo. He spoke to a joint session of Congress. Somebody should have arrested him. He's an international criminal. Every 18 minutes, he's responsible for the murder of a child in Palestine. Yet they let him speak before a joint session of Congress. So don't talk to me about Democrat and Republican, because it's a distinction that makes no damn difference when it comes to genocide in Gaza. They both are signing off on those big $300 billion checks to give to Israel to prosecute this war. They just gave $60 billion more for Israel to prosecute this war. That's Democrats and Republicans did that. So don't try to deceive us, because you can't do it. You can't do it, Joe Biden. Don't stand up there and tell us that you're for a ceasefire when you keep redrawing the red line. Where's that red line at now? You keep saying that if they do this here, you're going to do that there. You ain't going to do nothing but what you've been doing. And that is supporting that murderous regime in Israel. So we say all power to the Palestinian people, all power to their revolutionary movement, and we're going to be with you until the end. And the end is going to be the end of settler colonialism. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. All power to the people.
Just wanted to give you a little bit of a news update here. So there were reports there was a report earlier today from ABC News that RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., was going to step down from the race or pull out of the race and possibly endorse Trump. So NBC News now. NBC News is reporting that RFK Jr. is planning to drop out of the 2024 race and endorse Trump. So several outlets are saying that RFK Jr. is going to drop out of the race. RFK Jr. is supposed to address the nation on Friday, and NBC News is saying that he is going to endorse Trump.
In this election,
operations without anesthesia. That is barbaric. That is brutal. If you vote for genocide, you are consenting to genocide. If you vote for genocide, you are enabling genocide. Don't let them talk you, your friends, your neighbors into genocide. Don't let them talk us out of our humanity. Voting against genocide is a moral imperative. It is a practical imperative because 500,000 lives are on the line from starvation right now, according to the UN. And there is polio and cholera and much more. Every vote against genocide is a shot across the bow of empire, announcing that empire's days are numbered, that the opposition is organized, and we are not going away. And it builds every vote, every act of support, every flyer, every phone call, every stand that we take, every demonstration builds the pressure for ceasefire and a weapons embargo starting now. As Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has and it never will. Our vote is our demand. Don't let them talk you out of it. Our vote is our power in our democracy, and if we don't use that power to vote for what we want, we are giving up that power and we are surrendering to what we don't want. Don't let that nonsense about the lesser evil take your attention off of what we must do. We have two greater evils being rammed down our throat. Our job is to fight for the greater good that must prevail. The political elites in both parties, including the nonsense going on at the DNC, they're trying to tell us that we are small and powerless. With police force as far as the eye can see, with their drones right there, with their helicopters, with their airplanes, with their transport vehicles, they are trying to intimidate us. They are trying to silence us. They must resort to these repressive tactics because they are terrified of meeting us in the court of public opinion. In fact, we already have majority power. 68% of Americans, according to a Reuters poll, want an immediate ceasefire and a diplomatic solution to Gaza. In addition, we must have that weapons embargo now because Israel is not going to do this of their own accord. And remember, this war is not just Israel. Israel is just a proxy, a surrogate for the United States empire. As Ronald Reagan, Secretary of the Treasury, said long ago, Israel is the unsinkable battleship for the United States in the Middle East. We can no longer have a foreign policy based on battleships and fighter jets and aircraft and bullets and bombs and missiles. This has been the way of the U.S. empire for too long. In at least 3 areas around the world right now, these conflicts are on the potential of exploding massively, including the wider war in the Middle East, which could grow potentially to a nuclear World War type conflict. And Bibi Netanyahu, if he is allowed to have his way, he will drag us into that conflict. He is trying to do that right now, and the U.S. has allowed him to conduct illegal, outrageous assassinations and to attack the embassy of Iran in Syria. These are acts of war. These are the effort of Israel to drag the U.S. into a global war. And we say shame. We say shame on Bibi Netanyahu, and we say shame on the Harris-Biden administration. They have passed the baton of being the commander-in-chief. They have passed that baton to Bibi Netanyahu, who is given free rein to basically establish U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. Free rein to drag us into a devastating global war. So remember this. As Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand. We must be that demand. We will vote against genocide, not for genocide. 1 in every 3 eligible voters did not vote in 2020 because they do not support the agenda of endless war, of the war machine, and of Wall Street, represented by both major political parties. That's 1 in every 3 eligible voters. That is enough to win a 3-way race. If we are organized, if we do the work, if we reach out, if we do the phone banking, if we do the flyering and the tabling, and if we are out there reaching out and mobilizing our neighbors, we can win this now and in the future. Remember, the war on Gaza is also a war on working people here in this country. The American people are desperate and are hurting. This war is not only wreaking havoc on the world, the war and the war machine that it is the pinnacle of. That war machine is draining half of our congressional dollars, costing the average American household $12,000 last year for this endless war machine. That is, in a nutshell, that is our power. That is our power here to prevail politically, because we need health care, we need housing, we need to get out of debt, we need free public higher education, and we need to end genocide and the endless war now. So stand up, stand strong. Together we are unstoppable. Free Gaza, free ourselves. We are in this together. Thank you so very much. Give it up one more time. We are unstoppable. Liberation possible. Liberation
Hey, really quick, I want to say a quick thanks to our viewers. Thanks for your support to Martin Gingrich, Delilah Vela, Kerry Poteet. Thank you, Kerry. Thank you so much, Walter Beasley. That's very kind of you, Walter Beasley. Thank you, Firelife, for your support. Thank you, Janet Burnett, for your support. Also, Wright E. and the Polish Drunk and Princess Teapot and Tom Charles. Thank you for your support. You are watching our live coverage of this pro-Palestinian protest near the DNC. Real quick, thanks also to all of our moderators as well. I'll name them in a second.
Has completely and utterly revealed the system for what it is. Every day since October, people of conscience have been struggling against both parties. Some, though, would like to suggest that the Democrats are the lesser of two evils, or that Kamala is somehow different than Biden, despite being the second in command to the genocide. But we all know the truth. She sold us to millions
unwaveringly stand with our peers in Gaza when our so-called leaders respond to our encampments with violence instead of justice and action, our movement doesn't falter, it only gets stronger. Because it's us, it is the students, it is the masses that move history. And the mass shifts in consciousness to support the Palestinian plight shows us that we are winning. So it is our responsibility as students entering this broken capitalist system to come together and start building the future we all desperately need. They are not our saviors, we are. Without solutions, without an actual left political project, things will keep getting worse.
So they are supposed to march. I'm not sure exactly when they're supposed to march. I would assume it's pretty soon. But they are supposed to march. And I think maybe they're going to march toward closer to the United Center. Really quick, let me just thank our moderators. I really appreciate our moderators in our chat rooms. Ruth Grafasi is moderating right now over on YouTube, and RJ, thank you so much for moderating there. Linda Belk and Larry over on X. On Twitch, our moderators, Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, Mick Britches, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. And our Facebook moderators, want to give them a shout out. Thanks again to all of our moderators. Over there on Facebook, we have moderating. Margaret Riley is there. Kay Lowry Body is there. Thanks to all of our moderators. Thank you. Up there handing out maybe some signs, I think. All right. Oh, and thank you so much for your support. The Silver Sergeant and Martin Gingrich and Default Name and Adrian Goodman and Sino, thanks for your support. Thank you, TLR, as well. Thanks to TLR. This is not. There's supposed to be a large march. There's supposed to be a large march tomorrow by the same group that marched on Monday. The march on the DNC 2024, and I think that's supposed to be bigger than this is. So that's my understanding is that the two largest marches were planned for Monday and Thursday. And thanks to Dolores Wilson as well. Thank you, Dolores Wilson. I believe they are in Union Park, which is less than a half mile from the United Center, which is where the DNC, the Democratic Convention, is going to happen tonight, where it's been going on. They're supposed to march at some point. I don't know when. There's a park right near the Democrat, right across the street from the, like a block or two away from the convention. They might march over there. But again, I'm not positive when they're marching. At some point, we're going to convert to the convention coverage, but we'll stay with this for a little bit longer and see what happens.
The proceedings, they were delegates, they were part of the DNC. All they were doing was making their presence known, making their voice known, and they were attacked. Their banner was ripped away from them, and they were ushered out into the street by security simply for taking a moral stand in their own convention. So they are shutting down the voices of Palestinians inside the DNC, and that is why we are making our voices heard right here, right now, in the street. Kamala Harris, who is being celebrated at this convention, is part of an administration that has been supporting and enabling genocide. It is not enough for her to say she supports the ceasefire. As long as she is part of an administration that is actually supporting and enabling and arming one side, her call for a ceasefire is meaningless. It is harmless. It means nothing. You cannot be an honest broker when you're arming one side against the other. So the DNC and the political class are trying to tell us that we are too single-minded, that we are one-issue voters. Have you heard that? But here's the thing. In an age of genocide, genocide is not an issue. It is the only issue. It is a universe of issues that touches everything. And make no mistake, this is the most critical moral test of all of our lifetime. When history is written, they will pass judgment on who spoke out and who remained silent, and we are not remaining silent. For the last 10 months, we have been watching genocide unfold in real time. There has been mass death every single day. Last Saturday, Israel carried out an airstrike in Deir al-Balah that killed at least 18 members of the same family, including 11 siblings aged between the ages of 2 and 22. 2 weeks ago, in one of the worst massacres of the genocide, over 100 people were killed in a school that was a shelter in Gaza City. There were no intact bodies left, only body parts. Family members had to carry their loved ones away in plastic bags. It was later confirmed that the bombs used in that attack were supplied to Israel by the U.S. government. 2 days before the attack, the Biden administration, of which Kamala Harris is a part, informed Congress that it was approving $20 billion in aid to Israel. That is an additional $3.5 billion above its original aid package. So here's the thing. The Democratic Party is a war party. The Biden administration has been supporting and enabling this genocidal violence. And as the Vice President, Kamala Harris is part and culpable of all of these actions taken by this administration. We also need to know this and never be silent about this. The Democratic Party, like the Republican Party, is owned by the war industry. We know this. We know that the Pentagon contractors like Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman are major donors to the Democratic Party. We know this corporate militarism because it's right here in our own backyard, as we've heard.
systems of mass incarceration, through militarized policing in our communities, in the militarization of our border. We know, because we are not stupid, that with this corporate support comes the expectation of influence. We know that when war is profitable, you will likely see a lot more of it. We know this and we call it out. Ceasefire means nothing without an arms embargo. A ceasefire is meaningless without liberation from the river to the sea. Ceasefire is meaningless without a free Palestine. I am so proud to be part of a growing Jewish community that stands in solidarity with the Palestinian people. Our numbers are growing every day. Believe me, I know this. As the rabbi of the congregation, I work together with them every single day. And we are part of this coalition. We stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people. We are part of this movement. We will be with you every step of the way until liberation.
Everyone give it up one more time for Rabbi Greg. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Neza Jassid with the Palestinian American Council. It is so incredibly hard to see what the Israeli occupation forces have come to and what they have deemed as justifiable in the name of self-defense. We have seen video footage of Palestinians in these camps getting raped and tortured by Israeli military. We have seen the children and women who are no longer with us, who have died in disgusting and visceral ways, be mocked by the Israeli military. And they do all of this to say it's in the name of self-defense.
Really quick, guys, I saw a report from Armando L. Sanchez, who's with Chicago Tribune, and I believe he's at this protest, and he posted a video which he said was officers detaining a drone operator at this protest. So apparently a drone operator was detained. I'm not sure why. I'll actually post a link to that video in the chat right now to Armando Sanchez's video. But he says officers detained a drone operator. So I just posted a link to the video. And then real quick, I also want to say a big thank you to Cheryl Moran. That is so generous of you, Cheryl. Thank you, Cheryl Moran, for your support. Also, thank you so much to Robert Holden for your support. Thank you, Robert, and Leon Yoder. And also PJ and Harper Ann. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, so Elizabeth G says there's a no-fly zone. So I would not be surprised if there's some sort of regulation that the person broke it, but I'm not sure exactly what the if the drone operator was taken into custody. I'm not sure. You know, is that some kind of regulation for this week, or is it just like a more permanent thing in Chicago? I'm not sure.
Palestinians, though, is that we are resilient and we are strong. Those heroes in Palestine make it work every single day. They are keeping themselves alive by cooking plants and distributing them to everyone in order to live another day, to fight for their land. They can take away Palestinian homes, and they have all the physical resources to do so, their families, but they will never take the Palestinian spirit. They will never take their faith. Our faith is what makes it so threatened, because even after 80 years, their plan of occupying the entire site has been unsuccessful, and we still haven't backed down on this fight. They will never be able to take the Palestinian faith, strength, and the power of God, and for that reason, whether they accept it or not, Palestine will be free.
in Chicago, please welcome Reverend Don Wagner.
Thank you very much. I want to echo the words of Rabbi Grant Moses. Stop the genocide now! Stop the genocide now! This is our central message, even if they try to drown us out. We're going to echo that because the grassroots is alive, flowing. I'm going to take a minute to thank all the organizers of this amazing group, all the delegations. Thank you for coming from afar. Thank you for the local people, Hassam Abadaya, all the rest, AMP, Coach Pink, JVP. You are amazing. I'm a veteran of 45 years of these demos. This is the strongest, and thank you. I'm encouraged for the future before I die. We'll see a free Palestine. I'm getting old though, 82 coming up. But I'm like you, many of you. I am committed in this next election. I will not submit my vote for Kamala or for anyone. I will not until there's a permanent ceasefire and a cessation of aid to Israel. Until we get that, even talk of a ceasefire is a game. Until we see the right of return as a central issue in the Democratic platform, I will not cast my vote for Kamala or the rest. Until there's a complete release of not just the hostages, but all the Palestinian prisoners, with Marwan Barghouti leading it. Then I can vote for Kamala and the others, but probably not. Until all U.S. aid is delivered to UNRWA again in a massive Marshall Plan to relieve the starving Palestinians with medical aid, trucks. Until that happens, I will not be ready to vote. But this cannot be a humanitarian solution. That's what we got after the Nakba. This is not a humanitarian issue. This is a political problem that needs a political solution. An international conference with a renewed PLO representing the Palestinians, ending, terminating the corruption of the Israeli authorities. Until the U.S. supports that, I'm not going to be able to vote.
That is Jill Stein, who is the Green Party candidate for president. That's Jill Stein right there. She spoke earlier at the rally. We just saw her with the gray hair.
truth will not take place. And each and every one of us have to make a decision deep inside our own hearts and minds and souls that we are willing to make a sacrifice. We refuse to be well-adjusted to injustice. We refuse to be well-adapted to indifference. And there is no way that people can act as if that's normal or natural or matter of fact. We will continually interrupt.
Palestine.
He's my brother on YouTube. In the Caribbean, not just in Chicago. It's a new day. It is also the ending of a decaying American empire that thinks that organized greed and weaponized hatred and routinized indifference to the vulnerable, be they poor people in America, be they folk wrestling with mass incarceration, be they workers who have to struggle 62% wrestling with paycheck to paycheck every month. 40% of children who are black and brown and indigenous living in poverty in the richest nation of the history of the world. Not the crime against humanity, but the crime of genocide is even worse. And we have to be able to make the connection. You know, our critique of the American empire, our critique of predatory capitalism, our critique of white supremacy, our critique of male supremacy, our critique of any hatred of anybody, be it
thanks so much to Purple Oryx. Thank you, Purple Oryx, for your support, and Leon Yoder and DJ Dungeon Master and Robert Holden. I really appreciate your support. Thanks also Flaps15 and Gonzalez for the support on Twitch, and Nancy Elizabeth. Thank you. So we're watching this protest, which is taking place about a half a mile from the DNC venue, which is the United Center. Now, they're supposed to march at some point. I don't know when. The actual DNC proceedings are getting started shortly. But what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this on for a few minutes. You know, like in several hours from now, for example, Tim Walz is speaking. But oh, look at all the police. So I know the DNC program is getting started, like, you know, just the first speakers. So I'm going to stay with this for a little bit, and then eventually I think we'll transition over. I haven't figured out if I'm going to transition on the same stream or do a different stream, so I'm figuring that out now. But even if we transition to the DNC, if there's some big protest activity, we can always go back during the DNC and watched that as well. So look at all these police presence, though. So we'll see what happens. I'll figure it out. A lot of police here. A big police presence here. Look at this. In addition to Tim Walz, who is speaking tonight at the convention, former President Clinton is going to be speaking at the convention. CNN says that Oprah Winfrey is going to be part of the convention tonight. I don't know in what capacity. Hey, I got the second camera angle back. So we have a second camera angle. This one's from AFP. The first one is from Reuters.
I want to say hello to everybody here from Yemen. السلام عليكم. تحية لكم جميعا وحياكم الله وأحسنتم على هذه الوقفة الطيبة. نبدأ إن شاء الله بالدعاء. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. ولا تحسبن الذين قتلوا في سبيل الله أمواتا بل أحياء عند ربهم يرزقون. الحمد لله. اللهم كن لأهل فلسطين وغزة عونا ونصيرا وبدل خوفهم أمنا واحرسهم بعينك التي لا تنام. اللهم إنا لا نملك إلا الدعاء وما استطعنا فيا رب لا ترد لنا دعاء ولا تخيب لنا رجاء وأنت أرحم الراحمين. اللهم يا من لا يهزم جنده ولا يخلف وعده ولا إله غيره كن لأهل غزة عونا ونصيرا ومعينا وظهيرا. اللهم انصر ضعفهم فليس لهم سواك. اللهم اجعل لأهل غزة النصرة والعزة والغلبة والقوة والهيبة يا رب العالمين. اللهم احفظ أرواحهم وأبناءهم من كل من أراد بهم السوء. اللهم انصرهم على من عاداهم وشد بأسهم وثبت الأرض من تحت أقدامهم. اللهم ارحم شهداءهم اللهم ارحم شهداءهم واغفر لهم أسكنهم في عليين يا رب العالمين. اللهم اجعل لأهل فلسطين وغزة النصرة والغلبة يا رب العالمين. اللهم انصر أهل غزة وفلسطين يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم اجبر كسرهم واشف مرضاهم وتقبل شهداءهم برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم عليك بالطغاة الظالمين شتت شملهم واجعل الدائرة عليهم. اللهم إنا ندرأك في نحورهم ونعوذ بك من شرورهم. عليك بالصهاينة الظالمين المغتصبين يا رب العالمين. اللهم أنزل علينا بردا وسلاما من عندك يا رب العالمين. وصل اللهم وسلم على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Now for our final speaker in the program is founder and national chair of American Muslims for Palestine, professor of Islamic law and theology at Zaytuna College. Please welcome Dr. Hassan Baizan.
All right, so they just said this is the final speaker, so I assume after this speaker they are going to start marching. So we'll stick with this. I know the DNC speakers have started, but it's early in the program. So we're going to stick with this for a little bit. Final speaker, and then I believe they are supposed to march. They're about a half a mile away from the DNC venue right now. And I think they're going to march to a park which is closer to the DNC venue, even closer than this is. So we'll see what happens. Oh, and thank you to thanks Tim747 for your support. Thank you, Tim747. And thanks again to our moderators. I really appreciate all of our moderators in the chat. We have right now moderating, hang on, Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Ruth Krafasi is over there on YouTube. Thank you, Ruth. And Sabrina is there on YouTube. Thank you, Sabrina. Also, we have moderating on Twitch right now. Big Ball of Yarn, I got that fire. McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. And thank you to FarQuad67 for subscribing on Twitch, and also Gonzalez for the gift subscriptions. Thank you, Gonzalez. And also thanks to our Facebook moderators, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, all of our other moderators over on Facebook. So this is supposed to be the last speaker, I believe, before they march.
Be understood and reshaped in order for us to be in a decolonial period. Second part of history. We are living in a land that caused a genocide of the indigenous people to bring the enslaved black brothers and sisters in the holds of ships as cargo. 500 years of genocide that is also built on the history of enslavement. And I know some people are trying to fish in the dirty water of history by trying to pit the genocide in Gaza by the hope and aspiration of our black brothers and sisters in this land. We need to know, we are committed to black liberation as much as we are committed to Palestinian liberation. We were there at the time of black liberation in South Africa, the last settler colony to fall in Africa, and we would witness the last settler colony in Asia, in Palestine. And I know it is difficult to hold and aspire for change when the elephant is sitting on top of you. But we need to hold and aspire for a different world and a new world. People need to be reminded about this. Martin Luther King said the three evils of society are racism, materialism, and militarism. These three evils of society did not take place when Martin Luther King was killed. These three evils of society did not take a break when Malcolm X was killed. These three evils of society did not take a break or go on vacation when Ben Hampton was killed in Chicago. They're still with us today, and they're living, surviving, and continue to make the living hell of these people's lives a living hell on a daily basis. So that is history that we need to be aware of. Second, simplicity. Have you noticed that the Democratic Party is trying to put a language? We feel empathy with the Palestinian suffering. We want to address the humanitarian needs of the Palestinians. This is complicity that is dressed up in hypocrisy, masquerading as empathy for the Palestinians. If you care about a Palestinian life, if you care about the children that have been massacred, if you care about the women, the pregnant women, the single women, the mothers, the sisters, the daughters, if you care about them, if you have an ounce of legitimacy, you will stop sending the weapons, the bombs, the intelligence, the surveillance to the Palestinians. Rhetoric in the moments of genocide is not sufficient. Rhetoric at the time of genocide is not enough. Rhetoric to just get votes in the ballot box is not sufficient. So, we tell to the Democratic Party, if you want the votes of the Arabs, Muslims, Palestinians, progressive Jews, and their allies, you need to have an arms embargo on Israel today. If you have an ounce of respect for international law, if you have an ounce of respect to the Fourth Geneva Convention, if you have an ounce of respect to the United Nations Charter, Marcos yesterday is not today. Simplicity of the media. Simplicity of the media. There's a bullet that kills a lie, and that one lie is killed. But the journalist kills that person in our minds many times over, because they make the victim appear to be the perpetrator of their own death. You don't need to go to Gaza to understand it. Let me speak about our black brothers and sisters in this country. You know the streets of Chicago. You know the streets of New York. You know the streets of Detroit. You know the streets of Oakland and LA. Every time a police officer kills a black person, every week 2 black brothers and sisters get killed by the police. The media goes on to kill him in our consciousness because they make his history or her history the focus and the attention of the discussion. They speak about the mothers of the black brothers and sisters that's killed. They speak about the single mother as the cause of the problem. They speak of all the issues, but they don't speak about the bullet that actually kills the black brothers and sisters. Let me say the journalists have a simplicity because they will be oxygen that load the gun over and over. They load the gun over and over to kill the brothers and sisters there because they actually dehumanize that person in our consciousness. And if they die in our collective consciousness, they do not exist. The journalists and the media have been complicit. 160.
So again, this is supposed to be the last speaker, and then I think they're going to march. My understanding is that it is a protest and a march, so I believe they will march. They are in Union Park right now, which is about a half mile from the United Center, which is where the DNC is taking place. My guess is that if they march, they will march closer to the DNC venue, but we'll have to see. Thanks to our new member, DJ Dungeon Master. Also, thank you to Great Grandma Anon for your support. Great Grandma Anon, thank you.
Any students in here are the university. Students always have been on the right side of history. Always. They were on the right side of history in Vietnam. They were on the right side of history in the free speech movement. They were on the right side of history in El Salvador and in Nicaragua. South Africa.
Are they going to march? Are they marching now? Are they marching now? Let's see. They're going to march right now. They're marching right now.
Please, you know how this goes. Stay behind the banner. Do not move until the truck and the sound system, they move. Please take your trash with you as well. I want you loud to enjoy your time. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine.
All right, they are about to march. So we are going to watch the protesters march. I believe they're going to march even closer to the DNC venue. They won't get any closer than like a couple blocks away, but let's see what happens when they march, okay? Look we got. They're about to march. They're about to march. Thanks so much, by the way, Great Grandma Anon. I really appreciate that, Great Grandma Anon. Thank you. They are about to march. Thanks so much also to Eric Rams and to Ronald Kane for the gift memberships. Thank you, Ronald, and also Kate89. Really appreciate your support. We are about to watch this protest of pro-Palestinian protesters march near the DNC. You can see, like previous marches this week, they have the parade. The march route is lined, I believe, on, well, certainly on one side. There's a whole line of police on one side of the march. Some of the marches have police on both sides, but this march clearly has lots of police on one side of it. Thanks to Sandy for your support, by the way. I really appreciate it. So this appears to be the same route that they marched on Monday. Maybe this is like the one approved, this might be like the one big approved parade route. So just like the big march on Monday, this march started at Union Park, and it's marching, it looks like west on Washington Street. And I think it might end at Park, what's it called? Park 578 is where the one ended on Monday. But I recognize the route from when we did our Monday coverage. So basically they started out about less than a half mile from the United Center, and they're actually marching closer to the United Center, but they still can't get closer than like a couple blocks away. Oh, and thank you so much to G. Callan and Think and Repent for your support. I really appreciate it. Also, thanks to Drunk Can't Cook for your support on Twitch and Flaps15. Just an update, so we're going to be covering this march, and after the march, we're going to go to some live coverage of the Democratic Convention. I'll probably just do it on this stream. I'll probably just switch us over after the march to showing you, as we look at some police there, to showing you convention footage.
Jesus loves you, bro. Jesus died for your sins,
Free Palestine! We're taking back our land!
Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Not another nickel, not another dime! No more money for Israel crime! Not another nickel, not another dime! No more money for Israel crime! Genocide Joe is his name! Killing children is his game! Genocide Joe is his name! Killing children is his game! Genocide Joe is his name! Killing children is his game!
Over, please. Let the bikes through.
Genocide Joe, you can't hide! You are funding genocide! Killer Kamala, you can't hide! You are funding genocide! There is only one solution! Intifada revolution! There is only one solution! Intifada revolution! There is only one solution! Intifada revolution! One, we are the people. Two, we won't stop fighting. Three, arms embargo now, 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 now. One, two, three, now, 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 now. One, two, three, arms embargo now, 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 now. Three. Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! All right, Chicago, I need you guys to be loud. Money for housing, not for war. Money for housing, not for war. U.S. out of Arabi shores. Money for housing, not for war. U.S. out of Arabi shores. Money for healthcare, not for war. U.S. out of Arabi shores. So free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. From Palestine to Mexico. Border walls have got to go. From Palestine to Mexico. Border walls have got to go. From the valley of the peace. From the valley of the peace. And from the Middle East.
So where they are now is to the right on the screen here. If you're looking at the screen to your right, to their left, that is where the fence was. That there's a park and then there's a fence, and that's the fence that was torn down. Although it looks like, see, there's another, I think another fence has been added maybe, because to the left, to their left, to our right, there's a park called, what is it, Park 578. And in that park, that's where the fence was torn down, part of it, on Monday. but I think I could kind of see it there. It kind of looked like they had they'd already put an extra fence so people can't even go to the park. But that's where that happened on Monday. So I don't know what they're doing here. It looks like they're not stopping in the park because I don't know that they can go in the park. So basically, they went from Union Park, which was about half mile away. No, actually, I'm sorry, it's closer to that, isn't it? Let's see. No, this is about. Yes, this march has been about a half mile. And now they're like 2 blocks away from the United Center, but they can't get any closer to the United Center where the DNC is happening. So soon we're going to watch a little more of this march, and then soon we're going to actually switch over to the DNC. No, it's been quite peaceful today. I haven't seen any fights in this protest. I haven't seen any rioting. It's basically what you've been seeing is what it's been like. Yeah, they didn't even go into that park. So I think right now they are past. They're walking on, I believe. Where are they? Oh, I think, you know what? Actually, I was wrong. I think they're on Maypole Ave. I might be wrong about that though, but I think they're on Maypole Ave. Oh, you people couldn't hear me? No, well, it looks like the levels are not bad. And look at all the police. See, those police, see all the police there? The venue is past those police. So if anybody was trying to go towards the venue, they would have to get past that line of police in addition to the fencing. So what I'm going to do is we're going to watch this for a few more minutes, and in a few minutes I'm going to switch over to the DNC coverage, okay?
To be extra loud. We know what that means for
I think the guy's like replacing his battery or something. It sounded like he was having a camera issue. So, oh, there we go. Well, there you go. That was quick.
And you're on 5,000.
Palestine is almost free! Palestine is almost free! DNC, you will see! DNC, you will see! Palestine is almost free! Palestine is almost free! DNC, you will see!
I think they actually are. I think they're actually next to Park 578 right now. So, guys, behind that brick building back there, she's talking towards the United Center. The United Center is a couple blocks away. There's a brick building back there, and behind that is the United Center. So she is shouting towards the United Center right now, where the DNC is. They've stopped like 2 blocks away where you can see it in the distance, the United Center there.
Who is a part of the DNC? The Biden administration! That has allowed for this ongoing genocide to continue! Everyone out here in the streets today will remember you all as war criminals! You all are war criminals! And you will be held accountable for this genocide! Over 40,000 Palestinians have been murdered by Israel! Wake up! The whole world is watching! The whole world is watching as you sit in there and laugh and smile! And our children are being bombed in their sleep! Don't you think that we'll ever forget? Don't you think that we'll ever forget the politicians that allowed for this to happen, that funded this genocide? Shame! 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 DNC, your hands are red! DNC, your hands are red! Over 40,000 dead! Over 40,000 dead! DNC, your hands are red! DNC, your hands are red! Over 40,000 dead! DNC, you will see! Palestine is almost free! Palestine is almost free! Palestine is almost free!
I'm gonna guess.
Chicago! It is very important to also mention, while Genocide Joe is in there, we also have local elected officials like Governor J.B. Pritzker, who has supported a genocide. J.B. Pritzker actively fought against the people of Chicago's demand for a ceasefire resolution. But with our people power, we shut his ass down. We will always stand up for Palestine in this fucking city. Excuse my language. And we won't stop, will we? Who's got the power?
Guys, I'm going to show you a map. I'm going to show you on a map where they are. See if I can pull this up here. Hold on. I'm gonna show you on a map where they are.
The last time the DNC was in Chicago was in 1968. Yeah, okay. 1996, sorry. But in 1968 was during the Vietnam War, where tens of thousands protested in the streets against the DNC and against the U.S. complicity in the Vietnam War. 2024 is no different. The Democrats are complicit in the genocide of our people. And the 2024 DNC convention will live on as the genocidal convention, because while every politician is in there, our people are being slaughtered. Our people are being slaughtered, and these elected officials are complicit in it. The money that they send to Israel is killing our people. Everyone in Palestine is our relatives. They are killing our relatives. And if they think that they can come to the city with the largest Palestinian diaspora in the United States, and they think they can come peacefully, they are wrong. They are wrong. If you come to Chicago, you will not find peace if you are complicit in this genocide. Free, free Palestine!
All right, guys, let me quickly show you where the demonstrators are. I want to show you where they are in relation to the United Center, okay? So I'm going to pull up this map right here. And so there is the United Center right here. That's where the DNC is. The protesters right now, these protesters are right, I believe, right on this street here. So they have the park in front of them. The fence that was torn down is over here, but I believe they're not being allowed to even go in this park. So I think what I believe from what I've seen is that they are on this street, and you can actually see this church in the shot right here, and behind the church is the United Center. So they are looking over towards this church, which you sometimes can see in the shot, and behind the church is the United Center, and they are on this street right here, which, I'm sorry, I moved the map. They're on that street right there, looking towards the United Center. That's as close as they can get.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. The DNC has put together a platform. The Democratic platform is infused with hypocrisy. The Democratic platform says that health care is a human right. Yet at the same time, not a single functioning hospital, fully functioning hospital exists in Gaza today because of U.S. tax dollars and U.S.-made weapons and the enabling of a genocide from this Democratic administration. That's sheer hypocrisy. The Democratic platform says that housing should be stable, should be safe, should be healthy. Yet 70 to 80% of the civilian infrastructure in Gaza has been destroyed with U.S.-made weapons and U.S. tax dollars. That smacks of sheer hypocrisy. The Democratic platform believes in ending poverty. Yet 1.9 million Palestinians have been displaced, dispossessed, ethnically cleansed from their homes in Gaza. Some of them more than once, some of them more than twice, some of them more than 3 times with U.S.-made weapons and U.S. tax dollars. That's max of sheer hypocrisy.
By the way, I just want to say I thought they might have put a new fence up to keep them out of that park, but there's no new fence keeping them out of the park. There's just a big line of police keeping them out of that park. The park is on the way towards the DNC. There's fencing on the other side of the park if they got into the park, but there's no. I just wanted to clarify. There's no new fence at the park. There's just a line of police keeping them out of that park.
Tell the DNC this: nothing short of freedom and liberation and justice for the Palestinians will keep us from these streets. A ceasefire is a first step. An end to the genocide is the first step. But if you think that's the end, you got another thing coming. This is a new generation of activism. And we will be on the streets until we have full liberation. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Up with liberation! Down with the occupation! 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 Genocide Joe is sending bombs! Killing children, dads, and moms! Genocide Joe is sending bombs! Killing children, dads, and moms! Genocide Joe is sending bombs! Killing children, dads, and moms! Make some noise, Chicago!
Again, that park they're walking by on the left, in that park, at the back of that park is where that fence was that was taken down by protesters on Monday. And police are not allowing people to go into the park during this march.
DNC, your hands are red. DNC, your hands are red. DNC, your hands are red. Killing children is a crime. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Let's not go with sending bombs. Let's not go with sending bombs. Killing children and their moms. Killing children and their moms. Killing children and their moms. We are here because it's time. Stop funding war crimes. Stop funding war crimes. We are here because it's time. Stop funding war crimes.
Big police presence there, as you can see.
that was good for 100. I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, give me a this is
What's happening up there? Are they arresting someone? I think they're arresting someone up there. I think they're arresting someone up there, as you can see.
Oh, no!
So they have a prescribed route which they're supposed to stay on, and right now they're actually marching away in the direction away from the United Center because they're supposed to, I believe they're supposed to go back to the park they originally started out in. So what it seems like is maybe happening here is people are deviating from the route a little bit because again, I believe they're just supposed to keep going north and going back to where they came from. But it looks like maybe people are going places where they're not supposed to go. It looks like this is maybe an elevator to the subway or something. Maybe they weren't supposed to get on there. I'm not sure. But you can see there's a little something going on right here. You know, this protest and this march had been fine for several hours, but you can see all it takes is one thing and a crowd gathers around, and now you have a big crowd and there's confusion, so let's just hope everything can get settled down. See the guy standing up there waving the flag? I don't think he's supposed to be up there. He's not up there anymore. There's police behind there. So right now they are marching under the elevated train tracks. They are marching east. They're actually marching back towards the original park where they started in. So the march started at this park, Union Park, which is about a half mile from the United Center where the DNC is. And then they marched and they got closer to the DNC, about 2 blocks away, and now they're marching back towards where they came from. Hey, thanks so much to Anonymous Nobody and Mickey Manson and Ronan for your support, and Missouri Mahler. I am eventually going to switch over to the DNC, but I want to keep an eye on this for a few more minutes. A lot of people there. There was some stuff where it looked like maybe 1 or 2 people got taken into custody. So we'll keep an eye on this as this march keeps going. See, now look at this person. Hold on. Why am I hearing? I'm hearing a little music. Hold on. I think they're going by like a radio or something. So I want to just turn it down for a second because of the music. Hang on. Hang on a moment here. I don't know why I'm hearing music. Why am I hearing music? Hang on a moment. Hey, hang on. Give me one moment. Let me figure this out. Is it coming from this? Let's see. Hold on. I think we're good now. I think we're good now. A quick thank you to Geraldine Friedrich in Rain Wrapped. Rain Wrapped said, were there similar protests at the RNC? I don't remember anything like as big as the marches here at the RNC. I don't. I mean, there might have been some protests there, but I don't remember anything as big as the March Monday and what we're seeing now and stuff like that. This has been pretty. I mean, this has been pretty under control tonight. You know, there's a lot of people there, but we haven't seen violence. We haven't seen people breaking anything. There might have been one or two people taken into custody, but generally speaking, this has been pretty, generally peaceful. Again, I haven't seen vandalism or violence or anything.
How are you? Good to see you. How you been? Man, you're wonderful on the desk. Thanks for all your help.
Thanks also NJ Prepper as well.
You're doing live?
Some more police here. Thank you also Minnie Manson as well. Thank you, Minnie Manson.
One of those flag claps. What's that? Oh, this Pelosi put the flag podium. What do you think's happening here? Any idea? Any idea why they stopped it? Oh, it looks like the dad Junior, I hope? It looks like the dad is waiting.
Thank you also to Winding Road as well. I appreciate that, Winding Road. Thanks so much to Unleashed Pokegamer as well. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate all of our moderators too who are here. Thanks to all of our moderators. Sabrina and Ruth Krafasi and Sarah55 and Havasumam are all there over on YouTube right now. Thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Over on Facebook, Margaret Riley, K. Lowry Body. Thank you so much. And Ronald Egnor, Ava Knight, and all of our other moderators on Facebook. And thanks to our 17-month subscriber, Michael Clayton on Facebook. Wow, thank you. And our other subscribers on Facebook like Diane Allworth, 7-month subscriber, Robert Rial II, and all of Margaret Riley, Kay Larry Body, Eve Richards, all of our other subscribers on Facebook. And our Twitch moderators, we got over moderating on Twitch right now. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev, thank you. All right, guys, here's what I'm going to do. Don't hate me, but we were supposed to cover the whole night of the Democratic Convention tonight, and I still haven't even gotten to it yet. I think it's more than half over tonight, so I got to get over there. So I'm going to keep this stream going, and I'm going to keep an eye on these protests, and if there's some like big stuff that happens, I can come right back to it. It takes me 2 seconds to switch back, but I'm going to transition us. I can hear you booing now, but I'm going to transition us over to our Democratic Convention, some of that coverage, because I got to show it. I got to show it. But I will keep an eye on this stuff. If there's anything big going on, I will send us back over. Former President Clinton is supposed to speak. Tim Walz is going to speak. Again, so I will keep an eye on this. I'm going to keep this stream going. If I notice some big stuff happening with the protests, I will certainly check back in. Also, I think like Stevie Wonder's going to perform, and I can't show that anyway because it's music. So I'll probably show some of this in a few minutes. So I'll probably go back and forth a bit. But I just got to show some of the convention. So that's, you know, there's two things to cover. So we've been here for, I've been covering this for 3.5 hours. So I wish I could, you know, have two streams going at once, but I can't. So I'm going to go show some of the convention stuff, and I'm going to transition to that now. But I will keep an eye on this, and if things start, you know, getting crazy or whatever, we'll go back and we'll keep an eye on it, okay? So I apologize. I know you're all mad at me, but I got to do it. I got to do it. Okay, so I'm going to switch us over now. I'm going to switch us over. Everybody's going to get mad at me, but I got to do it. Here we go. But I will keep an eye on what's going on with the protests, all right? We are officially transitioning. We are transitioning.
Election. It's his MO to sow doubt and division. That's what Trump wants because it's the only way he wins. And that's what our foreign adversaries want because it's the only way they win. As a national security expert, y como latina, y hija de una inmigrante mexicana que realizó el sueño americano, being inside Trump's White House was terrifying. But what keeps me up at night is what'll happen if he gets back there. The guardrails are gone. The few adults in the room the first time resigned or were fired. I grew up in the kind of working family that Trump pretends to care about. Conservative, Catholic, Texan. July 4th was our most sacred holiday. Those values made me a Republican. And they're the same values that make me proud to support Kamala Harris. Not because we agree on every issue, but because we agree on the most important issue, protecting our freedom. So to my fellow Republicans, you aren't voting for a Democrat. You're voting for democracy. You aren't betraying our party. You're standing up for our country. Thank you.
Please welcome former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan.
I can't play the music, so I am talking for a second. We are transitioning over to Democratic Convention coverage. Okay, here he's speaking.
Of Georgia. So let's get the hard part out of the way. I am a Republican. But tonight, I stand here as an American. An American that cares more about the future of this country than the future of Donald Trump. My journey started to this podium years ago when I realized Donald Trump was willing to lie, cheat, and steal to try to overturn the 2020 election. I realized Trump was a direct threat to democracy, and his actions disqualified him from ever stepping foot into the Oval Office again. I could spend my time revving up this crowd, but I'm certain I don't have to talk anybody out of voting for Donald Trump here. So I'm going to focus my attention on the millions of Republicans and independents that are at home that are sick and tired of making excuses for Donald Trump. If Republicans are being intellectually honest with ourselves, our party is not civil or conservative. It's chaotic and crazy, and the only thing left to do is dump Trump. These days, our party acts more like a cult worshiping a felonious thug. Look, you don't have to agree with every policy position of Kamala Harris. I don't. But you do have to recognize her prosecutor mindset that understands right from wrong, good from evil. She's a steady hand and will bring leadership to the White House that Donald Trump could never do. Let me be clear to my Republican friends at home watching. If you vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, you're not a Democrat, you're a patriot. In our family, my wife Brooke and I are raising 3 boys, and we have a family motto. And it says, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. During 2020, during just the lowest of lows, when we had armed officers outside our house protecting us from other Republicans, Donald Trump had targeted us. My son came downstairs, and he handed me this coaster that I'd given him years before at a father-son retreat for our church. And he said, hey, Dad, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. Stay strong. To my fellow Republicans at home that want to pivot back towards policy, empathy, and tone, you know the right thing to do. Now let's have the courage to do it in November. Thank you, and God bless you.
We will never give up. We will never.
I can't play the music. I cannot play the music on the videos. I am keeping an eye on the protest we were covering before near the DNC. Nothing really new is happening with that. I have an eye on it. If there's big doings with that protest, I can go back there. But coming up, not that far from now, Bill Clinton will be speaking at the Democratic Convention, and also Vice Presidential nominee Tim Walz will be speaking tonight. So we just switched over to this. For those of you who stuck around for the convention coverage, thanks for sticking around. We're going to be covering the last. We don't even. I think more than half of tonight is over. We have like about 2 hours left, I think, of the convention. So sorry, sorry if you were waiting and I got to it late. But we had 2 things going on: the protest and the convention. So I've switched over to convention now. And again, I'm sorry I can't play the music under the video, but I will keep an eye on the protest stuff, like I did last night. If there's some kind of big protest activity, I can certainly switch over and cover it. But for now, we're going to watch some of this convention, and I appreciate you being with us. Thanks to, I owe Martin Gingrich a thank you. Thanks, Martin, for your support. And yes, when Stevie Wonder sings, what I think I'm going to do is switch us over to watch the protest for a couple of minutes while Stevie Wonder's singing, because one of the viewers said it's copyrighted, so I won't be able to show that. But again, I have my eye. The convention is just, the protest is just people marching right now. It's like it was when we stopped covering it. Anyways, I can actually show you really quick. That's a shot of the protest march right now. That's a live shot from AFP, just so you can see marching on the street back to where they originally started, away from the DNC venue now. So I'm keeping an eye on it. That is obviously not tonight. That is January 6th. Yeah, so obviously this is not happening live. Let's see here. Oh, I got to try to post a Discord message that we actually switched over our coverage. I got to do that next. Let's see. Again, that is what the protest looks like right now. That's from AFP. People marching. It's a pro-Palestinian march. It's going on for the protest and march is going on for several hours. So I will keep an eye on it. I think the marchers have gone back to the park they originally started in. That's what it looks like, because I'm watching a different feed, and I think they're getting back to the park they originally started in. The next speaker is Benny Thompson, member of the U.S. House from Mississippi, who I think he was on the, I think he might have been the chair of the January 6th committee, the investigation, when they had the hearings. But let's see here. Yes, he was the no. Let's see. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, he was the chair of the House January 6th committee. This is Benny Thompson. So we'll listen to him speak. Benny Thompson, U.S. representative to Maryland. Okay, from Maryland. Okay, hold on.
On January 6th, like most of my colleagues, I had one goal: to uphold the votes of the American people, the cornerstone of our American democracy. But as what you just witnessed, let me remind you that the members of that violent mob had another goal. They wanted to stop the peaceful transfer of power for the first time in American democracy. Thank God they failed. Because in this country, we settle our differences at the ballot box, not through violence. It took a long time to get here, and we are not going back. Because I remember that dark history. It's my own history. In this life, my father never cast a vote because of Jim Crow. So I dedicated my career to protecting the votes against violence and discrimination. You can imagine what I felt on January 6th when I saw with my own eyes those insurrectionists trying to take that away. They did it to rob millions of Americans of their votes. They did it because Donald Trump couldn't handle losing. He lied about the election fraud. He called his conspiracy-led mob to Washington. He would rather subvert democracy than submit to it. Now, he's plotting again. His campaign proclaims that elections won't end until the moment of inauguration. We will win or it was rigged. We win or else. This is Donald Trump's America. Elections are about choice. Choose democracy, not political violence. Choose the America we've always taught our children to love. Choose Kamala Harris.
Please welcome former United States Capitol Police Sergeant Aquilino Ganell.
All right, I can't play the music, so I am talking over the music, but he's going to talk right now, and we'll go to him now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I begin, I need to acknowledge the sacrifices that 5 officers who died as a result of January 6 made on that day. My name is Aquilino Gonell. I immigrated to the U.S. from the Dominican Republic when I was 12. I became an American citizen. I was a sergeant in the U.S. Army and a Capitol Police officer. I had seen violence while serving in Iraq, but nothing prepared me for January 6. We officers risked everything to protect innocent people. We were beaten and blinded. I was assaulted with a pole attached to the American flag. President Trump summoned our attackers and sided with them. He betrayed us. When I joined the Army and Capitol Police, I took an oath to defend the Constitution. I did so with duty in my soul, and I still feel it. To Donald Trump, I ask, why don't you? On January 6, I nearly died protecting the Capitol, and I will do it again for our democracy. The way to preserve it is to elect Kamala Harris, our first female commander-in-chief.
Please welcome New Jersey Representative Andy Kim.
I am just talking during the music. It's New Jersey Representative Andy Kim.
When I was a kid, my parents brought me to the Capitol. They taught me that it's sacred ground, a symbol of our democracy. When I got to Congress, I was excited to bring my little boys to the same beautiful building. I asked them, "Do you like the Capitol?" And my oldest son, Austin, said, "I love the Capitol, and lowercase too." They are so sweet. But shortly after, we saw something unimaginable. A mob tearing down flags, assaulting police officers. That night, I walked into the rotunda. The floor was covered in broken glass and garbage, strewn with the chaos unleashed by Donald Trump. And I thought to myself, how did it get this bad? So I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed the trash bag and started cleaning up. What I learned on January 6th is that all of us are caretakers for our great republic. We can heal this country, but only if we try. Many of you are doing your part through your voices and your votes. Always remember, this chaos that we see, it doesn't have to be this way. As a father, I refuse to believe that our kids are doomed to grow up in a broken America. There is a hunger right now in this country for a new generation of leadership to step up. Let's choose Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Let's do this for our kids and our grandkids. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, so by the way, the protest we were covering, it looks like it's just about over. Hold on a second. Somebody's speaking. This is Olivia Juliana, I think.
Proud Texas Democrat.
Uh-oh. But there's music underneath, so I can't play it.
Vote in a presidential election ever. The fact is, our right to vote is under attack. I've seen it. Long wait lines. People blocked from registering to vote. Texans denied our voice. Donald Trump's Republicans are making it harder for us to vote. But we won't let them get away with it. And Kamala Harris won't let them get away with it either. She's fought for our freedoms. She's fought for our voice. But we will only be heard if we vote. As the saying goes, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So Gen Z, let's take our seat in our democracy and cast our ballots this November for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And now, ladies and gentlemen, American icon Stevie Wonder.
Okay, so Stevie Wonder is performing now, but he's playing music, and I don't know is he going to speak or play music? Hold on, he might be speaking. Let's see. If he's speaking, I can do it. Maybe he's speaking. I thought he was, no, it says performance. Well, he might speak before his performance. Let's see.
I love you.
Oh, hold on.
I just want to say I love you. I love you. And every song that I've sang, every song that I've written, it's because of my love for you right here. Peace to come to our world's nations, but also to each one of our hearts. Even though our hearts have been beaten and broken, beyond prayer, I know the importance of action, and now is the time to understand where we are and what it will take to win.
One moment here. Just switch my headphones.
Spirits. Now is the time. This is the moment to remember when you tell your children where you were and what you did. As we stand between history's pain and tomorrow's promises, we must choose courage over complacency. It is time to get up and go vote. Listen, the choice is clear, clearer than anyone else is saying. Did you hear me? Clearer than anyone else is saying. You feel me? We need to choose joy over anger, kindness over recrimination, and peace over war. Every time. We must choose to be above the ugly words, the hateful anger, and the division those words and anger create. We must keep on keeping on until we truly are a united people of these United States. And then we will reach our higher ground. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready to reach your higher ground? Are you ready to reach our higher ground? Tell me. I want to hear you again. Are you ready? Are we ready? Because you know we need Kamala Harris. Yes, we do. And we need a great man, as we do have, as a future vice president. You know that. So you know what? I'm depending on you to do, as Spike Lee would say, the right thing. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Are you ready? Mowski, are you ready?
I'm ready, Steve.
Kansas, are you ready?
All right, we need everybody. Clap your...
Okay, so I can't play the music, unfortunately, because I cannot play copyrighted music. So Stevie Wonder's performing. I'm sorry if you want to watch it. You can. I'm guessing you can find another. I will not be mad if you watch it on another feed. By the way, the protest that we were covering, it looked like it was ending in both of the live feeds that I had of the protest, the AFP and the Reuters feed. They both ended. So it looks like that protest march is over. So I can't go, if you're wondering, hey, can you show the protest again? Well, I can't show the protest again because both the feeds ended and it looks like the protest was over. So I'll be keeping an eye out for other protest activity I hear about. But we actually timed it pretty well. Basically, a few minutes after we stopped covering that protest, they got back to the park where they started, and it basically looks like it ended. So, hey, so I appreciate you guys being with us for our convention coverage, night 3. In just a short while, Bill Clinton will be speaking. Actually, after Stevie Wonder, Kenan Thompson, I believe he's on SNL still, I think. He is going to speak and do something. And then Mindy Kaling, actress and comedian Mindy Kaling, will do something. Then Hakeem Jeffries will speak, Democratic leader of the U.S. House of Representatives in the U.S. House. And then Bill Clinton will speak. And then Nancy Pelosi and Josh Shapiro. And then not long after that, we'll eventually have Tim Walz. I'm actually going to post a speaker schedule in the chat, and I'm going to pin it for you. Speaker schedule. I'm posting it in the chat right now. I am posting the speaker schedule in the chat for you. I am pinning it right now on YouTube. I'm going to pin it on Twitch, and then I have pinned it on Twitch, and then the mods on Facebook can pin it there. So you can check the speaker schedule. And again, I do apologize. Oh, thank you so much to BDK, and the Polish Drunk and Walter Beasley for your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And Stevie Wonder is still playing. Okay, let me take a second to thank our moderators too, because they've been with us as usual during the entire broadcast, and they are awesome. Ruth Krafasi, Sarah55 over there on YouTube moderating. Again, I am waiting for the music to end, and then I can turn on the audio again, so you will not miss any of the speakers. Over there on Twitch, we have a Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire. Oh, hold on. Cory Booker is there. Is Cory Booker singing or speaking?
I couldn't see the rest of y'all, but from back Nebraska was getting down. Stevie's song is powerful, but so was his words. He said courage over complacency. He gave us a call in his remarks. But now I gotta tell you, the party is gonna keep going. We're just getting started, y'all. And this is a segment that I am very, very excited about, because it might be Wednesday night and we might be in Chicago, but it's starting to feel like something I've wanted to say my whole life. Live from New York, it's Saturday night. Please welcome Kenan Thompson.
All right, I can't play the music, but we will listen to Kenan Thompson of Saturday Night Live speak as soon as he starts speaking. Nope, they're still playing music. They're still playing. Oh, here we go.
All right.
Nope.
What's up, DNC?
All right. Y'all remember this big old book from before? When Colorado Governor Jared Polis ripped a page out of it? This is Project 2025, the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term. It is boo. It is a real document that you can read for yourself at kamalaharris.com/Project 2025. You ever seen a document that could kill a small animal and democracy at the same time? Here it is. You know how when you download an app and there are hundreds of pages there that you don't read, it's just the terms and conditions, and you just click agree, right? Well, these are the terms and conditions of a second Trump presidency. You vote for him, you vote for all of this. Let's take a look. All right, do we got Matt here with us tonight? Is Matt here? Hey, there he is. Matt, how are you, sir? All right, Matt. Now, Matt, I understand that you work as an AV tech in Nevada, and you make a decent hourly wage, is that right? Oh, I don't know if we can hear Matt. Can we hear Matt? So who's gonna fix it? Keep speaking, Matt, till we can hear you. Uh-huh. Okay, that's good. I guess we're gonna move on from Matt. And this is Becky. Becky, can we hear you?
Hi, Keenan. It's great to be here.
Thank you. All right, good. Now, Becky, you're married, correct?
I am. Me and my wife have been together for about 8 years.
Oh, that's amazing. Very, very cute.
Thanks.
But I have got some bad news for you.
I hate that.
On page 584, Project 2025 calls for the elimination of protections for LGBTQ plus Americans. So yeah, right back to the Stone Age. I'm afraid so.
Right back to the Stone Age. That's terrible.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Becky, for being here and making that wonderful point. All right, next up, we have Nirvana. Nirvana, are you with us? And your people are with us as well? All right, good. Now, Nirvana, I understand that you are on insulin to manage your diabetes, yes?
Yes, and thanks to President Biden and Vice President Harris, I only pay $35 a month for my insulin.
That is great. That is great. But on page 465, Project 2025 calls for millions of people like yourself to pay more for prescription drugs like insulin.
Why?
Why? Well, I guess maybe to help Big Pharma make more money that they can donate to Republican politicians, I assume.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, unfortunately, it does make sense. All right, let's talk.
One moment. One moment.
More money that they can donate to Republican politicians, I assume.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, unfortunately, it does make sense. All right, let's talk.
Give it a second. Give it a moment here. Little issue with the feed, but it should be fine. We need to give it a second. Reuters feed? Reuters feed, are you with us? Reuters feed, are you with us? Reuters feed, are you with us? Let's try this one more time.
More money that they can donate to Republican politicians, I assume.
Reuters feed, are you with us still?
Yes,
do we still have the Reuters feed?
It does make sense.
The Reuters feed is having an issue.
talk.
The Reuters feed is having an issue, folks. There is an issue with the Reuters feed. Oh my God. Oh, hold on. Last night this happened for about a minute. I hope it's not longer than a minute, but no, this is the feed I pay for. This is the one I pay for. So this is the one we need to use. That's not good. I'm sorry. I wanted to see what was next. It's not on my end because I can actually see the feed itself, and the feed is in spinning circle land. Well, I will not be offended if you watch on another provider, because I don't know what's going on with Reuters. That's not good. Oh, here we go. We're back. We're back.
Asking. I mean, you might as well be, because also page 319 calls for the complete elimination of the Department of Education. There's a bunch of stuff in here, but that's all we have time for at the moment. Just remember, everything that we just talked about is very real. It is in this book. You can read it online at kamalaharris.com/Project 2025. And most importantly, you can stop it from ever happening by electing Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
Oh, I can't play the music. That was Kenan Thompson. Sorry, we missed some of it due to the technical issue. We are very close to, it's Mindy Kaling, and then Hakeem Jeffries, and then Bill Clinton. Those are the next three speakers. Mindy Kaling, Hakeem Jeffries, Bill Clinton. Coming up. Are they on a break? What's happening? Are they playing music?
Producer.
I think Mindy Kaling is coming out right now. All right, I'm going to turn the audio on as soon as the music stops playing. Here she comes. Good evening,
everyone. Hello, and welcome. Welcome to the third night of the Democratic National Convention. My name is Mindy Kaling. Thank you. For those of you who don't know me, I am an incredibly famous Gen Z actress who you might recognize from The Office. Thank you, The Mindy Project. Or as the woman who courageously outed Kamala Harris as Indian in an Instagram cooking video. Yes, you're welcome. I am so proud to be here supporting my friend. But the real reason I am here is that deep down, I truly believe that as a woman of color and as a single mother of three, it is incredibly important that I be appointed ambassador to Italy. That's how this works, right? That's like why I'm here. I've never been, I'm dying to go. And guys, I just really need a break. I know it's not the priority tonight, but just think about it. I am actually here because I have known the Vice President for a long time, and I want to tell you a story about one of the first times I ever met her. She wasn't Madam Vice President then. She was my senator, and we were filming a video where she came to my home to cook dosas, a South Indian dish. Yes, it's not every day that a senator comes over, and I was pretty nervous. But when she arrived, we immediately hit it off. We talked about the love we have for our moms, who had both passed away from cancer. Both of our mothers were immigrants from India who came to America and committed their lives to serving others. My mother, Swati, became an OBGYN. Thank you. Kamala's mother, Shaimala, became a scientist with a PhD who dedicated her life to trying to find a cure for cancer. And after speaking to Kamala, it was clear to me that Shaimala had passed down the same optimism and fearlessness to her daughter. But the thing I remember the most about the Vice President is that Kamala Harris can cook. Guys, she was so much better than me. But she also knew that my family was watching. So as she gently corrected my sloppy dosa making, She was complimenting me every step of the way, making sure that my daughter Kit heard how good of a cook I am. She had no desire to be seen as better than anyone else. She just wanted my kid to be impressed with her mom. And when she finally bit into my dosa, she looked at me and said, really good, and then never took another bite again. Yes, but it is that warmth, that generosity of spirit that I know she will bring to the White House as our next president. Kamala Harris cares deeply about other people. She will fight to protect our freedoms because those are the values that her mother passed down to her. But in order to protect those freedoms, Democrats also need to win the House. So we have a lot to do, and please welcome to the stage your next Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries.
Okay, this is Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of the Democrats in the House. If the Democrats were to take the House, he would be the Speaker. Let's listen to Hakeem Jeffries.
Democrats, it's a high honor and a distinct privilege as a Brooklynite, New Yorker, and as an American to stand before you today and unequivocally express my support for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the next President and Vice President of the United States of America. Over the last few years, House Democrats have been hard at work, and we could not have asked for a better leader to partner with than President Joseph Robinette Biden, who will go down as one of the most consequential presidents of all time. Last month, President Biden selflessly passed the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris, who is ready, willing, and able to fight for the people. Kamala Harris is a courageous leader, a compassionate leader, and a common sense leader who will deliver real results for everyday Americans. Kamala Harris is fighting for our freedom. Kamala Harris is fighting for our families. Kamala Harris is fighting for our future. Together, let's make Kamala Harris the 47th President of the United States of America. In our great country, when you work hard and play by the rules, you deserve to earn a living wage. You deserve to have an affordable place to call home. You deserve to educate your children in a great public school that is free from gun violence. And you deserve high quality, affordable health care, and you deserve the chance to one day retire with grace and with dignity. But for far too many people in our great country, they are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. And as a result, the American dream is out of reach. Here's the thing, extreme MAGA Republicans don't care about everyday Americans. They only care about themselves. Our approach, led by Kamala Harris and Coach Walz, is very different. We care about you, the American people. And we will fight hard to make sure that the American dream is alive and well in every single community. Now, the road ahead will not be easy, which brings me to you-know-who. Donald Trump is like an old boyfriend who you broke up with, but he just won't go away. He has spent the last 4 years spinning the block, trying to get back into a relationship with the American people. Bro, we broke up with you for a reason. Trump was the mastermind of the GOP tax scam where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1% in America. Trump failed our country during the COVID-19 pandemic. Trump is a chaos agent who is focused on himself, not the American people. Trump tried to destroy our democracy by lying about the election and inciting a violent mob to attack the Capitol. Trump put 3 extreme justices on the Supreme Court who destroyed Roe v. Wade. We broke up with you for a reason. Donald Trump can spin the block all he wants, but there's no reason for us to ever get back together. Been there, done that, we're not going back. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will always put people over politics. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will lower costs and grow the middle class. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will fix our broken immigration system and secure the border. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will strengthen the relationship between the police and the community. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will continue to combat the climate crisis with the fierce urgency of now. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will protect Social Security, protect Medicare, protect Medicaid, protect the Affordable Care Act, protect working families, protect small businesses, protect the middle class, protect free enterprise, protect our children, protect our seniors, protect our veterans, protect our unions, protect our dreamers, and always protect a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. The extreme MAGA Republicans want to divide us. But the Constitution promises equal protection under the law. We are one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Together, let's build a brighter future for our children and our grandchildren. In the Old Testament, book of Psalms, the scripture tells us that weeping may endure during the long night, but joy will come in the morning. Here's how we do it. Strategize on Sunday. Meet the moment on Monday. Take it to them on Tuesday. Work it out on Wednesday. Thank the Lord on Thursday. Fight the power on Friday. Set it off on Saturday. Get a few hours of sleep, wake up the next day, and do it all over again until joy comes in the morning. Now there's only 76 days left. There are only 76 days left. We must continue to speak up. We must continue to show up. We must continue to stand up, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans. And when we do, nothing can stop Kamala Harris from becoming the 47th President of the United States of America. Nothing can stop House Democrats from taking back the majority. Nothing can stop the American people from continuing our march toward a more perfect union. Nothing can stop us. We're all the way up. God bless you. God bless Kamala Harris. May God bless the United States of America.
That was Hakeem Jeffries. Bill Clinton is next. Okay, hold on. So I can't play the audio, I can't play music. That was Hakeem Jeffries. Certainly that was a crowd-pleasing speech. And Bill Clinton, 42nd President of the United States, is up next. Bill Clinton. Hillary Clinton spoke earlier this week. And we are going to hear from Bill Clinton is next. Again, I apologize for not being able to play the music under these videos. I very much appreciate you guys being with us. Oh, I was going to thank our moderators, and I didn't get a chance to thank all the mods. I didn't get a chance to thank our Twitch and Facebook mods. Over on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, Shirley Dev, thank you. On Facebook, Kay Lowry, Body Moderating, and Margaret Riley, and Ava Knight, and all of our other moderators, anybody I might be missing, Paul Anderson, Linda Belk and Larry over there on, did I say Margaret Riley? Linda Belk and Larry on X. Over there on YouTube again. Kinetic is there right now. Thank you. Cynthia Moon, Ruth Krafasi. And any of them I might be missing. Thank you so much to our moderators. So Bill Clinton is coming up next. Bill Clinton is next. I appreciate you joining us for our Democratic Convention coverage. Thank you so much, BDK. BDK, that is really nice of you. I really appreciate from Australia, BDK, your support for the channel. Thank you. Sarah55 is also moderating too. And tomorrow night is the last night of the convention. Kamala Harris herself will be speaking. Tim Walz will be speaking in a little later tonight. Hold on a second here. Hold on a sec. Hold on a second.
The 40.
All right, they're introducing Bill Clinton now, but the music is playing.
10.
All right, the music is playing. As soon as it stops playing, I will let you hear Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton, there he is. Bill Clinton is here. He is in the house. They are playing music. I will turn the audio on as soon as the music stops. It is Bill Clinton speech time. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hang on one moment. Nope, they're still playing music. They're still playing music. They're still playing music. Still playing music. Still playing music. Big applause for Bill Clinton at the DNC convention.
Whoa. Let me ask you something. After the last 2 days, aren't you proud to be a Democrat? And I am very grateful to the Republicans and independents that have joined us, have been up here on the stage. And I hope they feel better about it now. Because I've seen all these things that even I have to be reminded of from time to time when I get my spirits down. I love seeing the Obamas here. I love seeing President Biden. And I thought Hillary gave a great speech, too. And I love seeing all these young leaders. A bunch of them are coming up after me. They look better, they sound better, and they'll be exciting. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work. He strengthens our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East. And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And George Washington knew that, and he did it. And he set the standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It helped his legacy, and it will enhance Joe Biden's legacy. And it's a stark contrast to what goes on in the other party. So I want to thank him for his courage, compassion, his class, his service, his sacrifice. Joe Biden, thank you. And he kept the faith, and he's infected a lot of the rest of us. Now let's cut to the chase. I am too old to gild the lily. 2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. Last night, in what I thought was a very moving series of episodes, we nominated Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And just think about that. 2 leaders with all-American but still improbable life stories. It could only happen here. Their careers, after all, started in community courtrooms and classrooms. 2 leaders who spent a lifetime getting the good job done. Now, one of the things that I've noticed over my increasingly long life is that a presidential election is unique in several ways. First of all, it's the greatest job interview for the greatest job in the world. Secondly, the Constitution says we, the people, get to do the hiring. And the third thing is that every 4 years, we get to change the requirements for the job. So here's what I'm thinking, because I try to apply this in every election. Will this president take us backward or forward? Will this president give our kids a brighter future? Depends. Will this president bring us together or tear us apart? Will the president increase the peace, security, and stability and freedom that we enjoy and extend it to others as we can? We, the people, we have to make a decision about these kind of questions. And every 4 years, it's a little different because the people come at the candidates, and they say, as they're saying now, here are our problems, solve them. Here are our opportunities, seize them. Here are our fears, ease them. Here are our dreams, help them come true. A president can answer that call by saying, I'll do my part, but you have to help me. We have to work together. Or you can dodge what needs to be done by dividing, distracting, and diverting us. So in 2024, we got a pretty clear choice, it seems to me. Kamala Harris for the people, and the other guy who's proved even more than the first go-around that he's about me, myself, and I. I know which one I like better for our country. Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems, seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase their dreams. You know, when she was young, she worked at McDonald's. And she greeted every person with that 1,000-watt smile and said, "How can I help you?" Now she's at the pinnacle of power and she's still asking, "How can I help you?" I'll be so happy when she actually enters the White House as president, because she will break my record as the president who spent the most time at McDonald's. Now, but we got an election to win. And remember, we've got a guy that's pretty good at what he does. Donald Trump has been a paragon of consistency. He's still dividing, he's still blaming, he's still belittling other people. He creates chaos, and then he sort of curates it as if it were precious art. Let me say, not a single day goes by, even though I've been gone for well over 23 years from the White House, not a day goes by that I don't thank the Lord for the chance I had to serve and what it meant. And one of the reasons, thank you. Wait. One of the reasons I love the job so much is that in the toughest times, even on the darkest days, if you tried hard enough, there was always something good you could do for somebody else. Now, some days that's not easy to do. You've got to deal with all these emergencies, or there's something going on here, there, or yonder. But Kamala Harris is the only candidate in this race who has the vision, the experience, the temperament, the will, and yes, the sheer joy to get something done. I mean, look, what does her opponent do with his voice? He mostly talks about himself, right? So the next time you hear him, don't count the lies. Count the eyes. Count the eyes. His vendettas, his vengeance, his complaints, his conspiracies. He's like one of those tenors opening up before he walks out on stage, like I did, trying to get his lungs open by singing, me, 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 me. When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you, 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 you. So, we got to ask ourselves the questions if we're going to hire a president. Do you want to build a strong economy from the bottom up and the middle out? Or do you want to spend the next 4 years talking about crowd size? You're going to have a hard time believing this, but so help me, I triple-checked it. Since the end of the Cold War in 1989, America has created about 51 million new jobs. I swear I checked this 3 times. Even I couldn't believe it. What's the score? Democrats 50, Republicans 1. I'm glad that we've got a championship-winning coach on our team. But even the most limited of us in what we know about football or any other sport knows that if you're got 50 and the other side's got 1, you're ahead. What about affordable housing? It's a terrible problem in America now. We need more. And affordable health care. That's why the Democrats put a limit on monthly payments for insulin and a $2,000 a year out-of-pocket limit, and are trying to cover more drugs by bargaining for prices. We need more financing for small businesses. We need still to strengthen our alliances. I almost croaked in the first debate of this election season when President Trump said nobody respected America anymore like they did when he was president. Wait. And with a straight face. Look, you got to give him. He's a good actor. With a straight face, he cited as evidence of the respect that existed for us when he was there the presidents of North Korea and Russia. I'd rather have the people who respect us now. And one of the things is when you send a signal to the other countries, you want them to know whether they agree with you or not, at least that you're on the level. Here's where you are and what you believe. What are they supposed to make to these endless tributes to the late, great Hannibal Lecter? I mean, President Obama once gave me the great honor of saying I was the explainer-in-chief Folks, I've thought and thought about it, and I don't know what to say. Like Hakeem Jeffries, I too want an America that's more joyful, more inclusive, more future-focused. Just think what a burden it's been on us to get up day after day after day after day, buried in meaningless hot rhetoric, when there's so many opportunities out there, so many problems that need to be solved. I want that. And that's the America Kamala Harris will lead. She's already made her first presidential decision, and she knocked it out of the park when she asked Governor Tim Walz to be her nominee for vice president. As they used to say when I was a young man growing up in Arkansas, you do not have to be all broke out with brilliance. You just look at Tim Walz, listen to him, follow his record as a teacher, as a coach, in the National Guard, as a congressman, where he was the only Democrat, save one, elected in that district in more than 100 years. And he stayed a long time. And then he became a great governor. And by all accounts, he was a crack shot who had the courage among his rural constituents to say, we do not need these assault weapons available to people who can kill our kids in school. So, armed with her first decision, Kamala Harris confronts an interesting dilemma. We're going to walk out of here feeling pretty good, I think. We've got energy, we are happy, we feel like a load's off our shoulders. And we know we're just being asked to fight the same fight that the forces of progress have had to fight for 250 years. In the face of stiff and often violent opposition, we have to find a way to go forward together, where we the people make our union more perfect. So, that's a good thing. How could we possibly lose? Kamala Harris has fought for kids her whole life that were left out and left behind. She's taken on gangs trafficking across the border. She's fought to protect the rights of homeowners. She's been our leader in the fight for reproductive freedoms, and we know a majority of the American people are with us on that. And she's gained an invaluable amount of experience as vice president, advancing our values and interests around the world. She's already said she's going to work really hard to make sure that no American working full-time lives in poverty or has to worry about their children living in poverty. He says that we got to make home ownership an achievable dream for everyone, not just a privilege. She said that and this meant a lot to me, that she would protect everybody's right to vote,
whether or not they voted for her. They were citizens and they deserve the right to vote. The other day, her opponent implied that as his people voted one more time, they'd be able to rig it from now on and they wouldn't have to vote again. You think they're kidding, but I know a lot of these folks, and most of them are really good people, but some of them think that they are bound to dominate America politically, economically, and socially, and they have to use politics to do it, and they should rig the system. I don't believe that. And so here's what I want to tell you. We've seen more than one election slip away from us when we thought it couldn't happen, when people got distracted by phony issues or overconfident. This is a brutal, tough business. I want you to be happy. One of the reasons that President-to-be Harris is doing so well is that we're all so happy. But you should never underestimate your adversary. And these people are really good at distracting us, at triggering doubt, at triggering buyer's remorse. As the Obama said so eloquently last night, they are human, you know. They're bound to make a mistake now and then. We got to be tough. And so, as somebody who spends a lot of time in small towns and rural areas in New York and Arkansas and other places, I urge you to talk to all your neighbors. I urge you to meet people where they are. I urge you not to demean them, but not to pretend you don't disagree with them if you do. Treat them with respect, just the way you'd like them to treat you. Ask for their help and then follow our leader, Kamala, and ask them, how can I help you? We Democrats right now have a lot of hay in the barn. We've got massive achievements, massive advances, but there's still a lot of slips between today and Election Day that we have to navigate. And so I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I have no idea how many more of these I'll be able to come to. I started in '76, and I've been to every one since. But no, 72. Lord, I'm getting old. But here's what I want you to know. If you vote for this team, if you can get them elected and let them bring in this breath of fresh air, you will be proud of it for the rest of your life. Your children will be proud of it. Your grandchildren will be proud of it. Take it from a man who once had the honor to be called in this convention the man from hope. We need Kamala Harris, the president of joy, to lead us. So, I'll be doing my part, you do yours. I'll see you when we're making a real joyful noise when the votes are counted. God bless you, and God bless America.
That was former President Bill Clinton. They're playing Don't Stop now. Isn't that what they played when he, like, was running for president? I think. I'm not sure. Anyways, that was Bill Clinton. We have some more speakers coming up. I have to talk because they're playing this music now, and I don't have the copyright to do it. I don't own the rights to Don't Stop. And Tim Walz is going to be speaking in a little bit. He is the vice presidential nominee. Yeah, it makes me feel old. I mean, Bill Clinton is 78 now. Let's see. I'm just checking here. We have coming up, Nancy Pelosi is speaking next. Nancy Pelosi is next, folks. So I appreciate you being with us for our coverage. Oh, there's Mindy Kaling. Hold on.
From my home state, Massachusetts. I love you, Massachusetts. Everyone is always hating on us, but they just don't get it. Go Sox. Go Jason Tatum. Ben Affleck, hang in there. Dunkin' Donuts is the best coffee in the world. Okay. Our next speaker needs no introduction. She was the first woman to ever serve as Speaker of the House. Yes, you know what's coming. This woman was doing Brat before Brat was Brat. The mother of dragons. Please welcome Nancy Pelosi.
It's Nancy Pelosi. As soon as the music stops, I will put the sound on. It is Nancy Pelosi time, folks. Nancy Pelosi time. Let's see. Hold on.
Hello, California. Hello, Maryland. Hello, Democrats. On January 20th, 2021, with the inauguration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we established one of the most successful presidencies of modern times. And we quickly proved that Democrats deliver. Millions of jobs, stronger infrastructure and rural broadband, a Biden child tax credit, rescuing human pensions, honoring our veterans, bold climate action, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, all thanks to President Biden's patriotic vision of a fairer America, doing so with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Joe. And I know that Vice President Harris is ready to take us to new heights. I've known Kamala Harris for decades. Personally, I know her a person of deep faith, which is reflected in her community care and service. Officially, she is a leader of strength and wisdom and eloquence on policy, most recently demonstrated fighting for women's right to choose. Politically, she is astute and strategic in winning difficult elections, quickly securing the nomination with dignity and grace, and choosing Tim Walz as our vice president. I had the honor of serving with Tim for 12 years in the Congress. He united Democrats, Republicans, and independents to turn a red district blue. He showed courage when he came to Congress in voting for the Affordable Care Act, meeting the needs of his constituents despite Republicans' lies and misrepresentation. When he went home, won the election, he returned to Congress. He fought for our Americans' heroes as the Democratic leader of the Veterans Affairs Committee. Thank you, Tim. January 6th was a perilous moment for our democracy. Never before had a president of the United States so brazenly assaulted the bedrock of our democracy, so gleefully embraced political violence, so willfully betrayed his oath of office. Let us not forget who assaulted democracy on January 6th. He did. But let us not forget who saved democracy that day. We did. And thank God we had a Democratic House of Representatives then. We returned to the Capitol that very same night. We insisted on certifying the election results on the floors of the House and the Senate. And we demonstrated to America and to the world that American democracy prevailed. The parable of January 6th reminds us that our democracy is only as strong as the courage and commitment of those entrusted with its care. And we must choose leaders who believe in free and fair elections, who respect the peaceful transfer of power. The choice couldn't be clearer. Those leaders are Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. When the sun rose on January 7th, as our national anthem declares, we gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Now, in this election, we are called upon to do the same, to stand together, to reject autocracy, to choose democracy, and we will do so by electing a Democratic House with Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House, electing a Democratic Senate, electing Tim Walz as Vice President of the United States, and electing Kamala Harris as the President of the United States. Onward to victory!
That was Nancy Pelosi. Hang on.
Please welcome Alexander Hudlin, Jasper Emhoff, and Arden Emhoff.
I just have to talk while they come out. Hold on a second. Nancy Pelosi's 84 years old. I did not realize that. Okay, hang on.
Kamala Harris is our auntie.
She'll be a president who cares for all of us.
She'll lift us up. In 2016, we celebrated Auntie's Senate win. We saw Trump winning. I was only 9, but I knew enough to be concerned. Auntie said, "Do you know what superheroes do? They fight back. And we will too."
She will make time for what matters. You know, no one is busier than my auntie. but she always makes time for family. From moments as simple as cooking and sharing a meal to exchanging stories and jokes. Auntie taught me about being present in what's important, and I know that's how she'll lead.
She'll treat everyone with respect. Even as a kid, Auntie made me feel that I was seen, that my words are important, that I am important and loved. I know she'll value others' perspectives, no matter their age or their background.
Auntie, we love you.
We're so proud of you.
And most importantly, you're a baller. And as you'd say, let's win this thing.
Let's win this thing.
Please welcome nominee for U.S. Congress in California, Lateef.
All right, this is, hold on a second here. Hold on. Still playing music. In a little bit, we'll be hearing from Tim Walz, by the way.
My name is Lateef Simon, and I am running for Congress. And I'm here tonight to tell you all about the Kamala Harris that I know. I'm gonna tell you. When Kamala Harris was the district attorney in San Francisco, California, I was a teen mother running an organization working to end sex trafficking among beautiful young women and girls, to build the self-determination and power among those girls. And Kamala learned about the work that I was doing, and she asked me to join her team. And I joined her team. She saw my potential, my commitment, and the good work that we could do together. And I saw her. I saw Kamala Harris holding the hands of sexual assault survivors. I saw scores of mothers who lost their babies to gun violence, lining up day after day at the courthouse, waiting only to speak to Kamala because they knew that she would hear them, that she would truly see them, because there's something about Kamala Harris. For those who know her, you know. When she hears your story, she carries it with her. When she sees you, she truly sees you. She truly sees you. She is the best among us. After working with Kamala Harris day in and day out for 5 years to create programs that supported young people to get out of the criminal justice system once and for all, with good jobs, with opportunity. She wanted to get to the root cause of a broken criminal justice system. I saw her chip away. She came early and she left late every single day because, you know, like those mothers, like those sexual assault survivors, when she goes into that Oval Office, when she goes into that Oval Office, I guarantee you she will take all of us with her. All of us. The single mothers, the disabled veterans, the low-income folks who are dying to survive, the immigrants who are trying to work towards the promise of America. She will take us all. The farm worker, she will take us all with her. All of us. That is the Kamala Harris that I know so deeply. That is the Kamala Harris that I love. A woman of the people. A woman, a fierce woman for the people. Good night, Democrats.
That was Latifah Simon.
Please welcome former U.S. Associate of the United States and the Vice President's brother-in-law, Tony West.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to just talk over the music. Oprah Winfrey will supposedly be speaking soon, according to CNN.
Years ago, in my first week at law school, I met a new classmate, Maya Harris. We became best friends, but the way Kamala tells the story, we'd already fallen in love by graduation day. And when Maya and I married, I not only gained a life partner I love, a daughter I adore, and a mother-in-law I revered, someone I affectionately called Mother Harris, I also gained a sister I cherish, Kamala. Now, Maya, Kamala, and I each pursued different legal careers, but we were motivated by the same values: a belief in equal opportunity, a yearning for fairness, a passion for justice. Values Mother Harris taught those two little girls, values that powered Kamala's public service from the very beginning. You know, one of Kamala's very first cases in the district attorney's office, it involved a woman, an innocent woman, wrongfully arrested in a police raid. It was a Friday afternoon, and the courthouse was shutting down for the weekend. And look, most prosecutors, they would have gone home and dealt with the matter the following Monday. But not Kamala. You see, my sister-in-law knew that if the judge didn't see this woman that afternoon, she'd spend the entire weekend in jail. And Kamala, she wondered, does this woman work weekends? Would she lose her job? Does she have young kids at home? Who'd feed those kids? So Kamala pleaded for the judge to return to the bench and to hear the matter. And the judge agreed. And within minutes, that woman was released back to her family that night. Now, it may seem small, but that's what it means to stand up for justice. That's what it means to stand for the people. And as Kamala says, when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And look, believe me when I tell you, as a sister, a daughter, an auntie, and a mother, I've seen Kamala fight for her family. As district attorney, attorney general, U.S. Senator, and Vice President of the United States, I have watched her fight in the halls of power for those who have no voice there. And as president, I know she'll fight for you. She'll fight for all of us. Because, friends, when Kamala fights, we win. Thank you. God bless you.
Okay, we have another video. I cannot play the music under the video. You know, the schedule has changed a little bit tonight because the last two speakers were not on the schedule. So I don't know if they're rearranging some people. And then also, CNN says Oprah Winfrey is going to speak, and she's not on the schedule either. So I don't know if everybody on the schedule is going to speak, because we were supposed to hear from Nevada Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, Wes Moore, Governor of Maryland, Pete Buttigieg, Secretary of Transportation. There's a John Legend and Sheila E. performance that's supposed to happen. So maybe they're going to move some people. Amy Klobuchar. I don't know if they're going to move some people to tomorrow or what. But the last two speakers, Latifah Simon and Tony West, were not on the actual schedule that I have from the website. So maybe they're... Hold on a second here. Hold on a moment here. Maybe they switched around scheduling. This name stinks that someone's getting the James Taylor treatment. Yeah, I don't, it's not that they've cut people for time. It's that there's been some new people. Maybe some people couldn't make it or ended up did not want. Maybe Catherine Cortez Masto couldn't make it or something. I don't know. Or maybe they're being switched till tomorrow. So we'll see. But definitely Tim Walz is supposed to speak. I don't know if we're going to hear from Wes Moore and Pete Buttigieg tonight. Maybe we will. We'll see. And Oprah. So we'll just have to see. I did post. I have it pinned on Twitch and YouTube, the speaker schedule, but it seems to have deviated a bit. And hey, by the way, quick thanks for your support. Thanks to Noah and Scott's YouTube channel, and Chappie and NJ Prepper and Martin Gingrich for your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you guys for tuning in. We are bringing you live coverage of night 3, and night 4 is tomorrow night. I'll also keep an eye out for any kind of big protest activity. We were covering a protest earlier tonight. On this very stream. Let's see here. Again, sorry, I can't play the music under the videos. So I'm sorry about that. And tomorrow night, of course, Kamala Harris will be speaking. We'll take some comments from you guys after the last speaker tonight. And who knows, there could be more news the coming couple days besides all the politics stuff. Uh-oh, hold on a moment.
Please welcome Nevada Senator Catherine Cortez Masto.
They're back on schedule. She was supposed to speak, so maybe they just inserted a couple extra people and they're going to just have everybody on the schedule speak. All right. Senator Cortez Masto is speaking.
You know, before I was senator, I was Nevada's Attorney General. And that's when I met Kamala Harris, my colleague in California. Now, we bonded over many things. And working together, I quickly learned what kind of person she is. She is a strong leader. Here's how I know. As AGs, we took on the big banks after the foreclosure crisis. And let me tell you, Kamala did not settle for less than homeowners deserved. Her leadership helped win billions for working families nationwide. Delivering for families, that's Kamala Harris. Kamala and I also worked to protect our southern border. During that time, Kamala invited a group of AGs across the border to meet.
A moment. Hang on a moment. What happened? I lost sound for a second. Give me a moment here. What happened here? Where did our sound go? Where did our sound go? I need our sound back. Hang on a moment. I'm trying to fix this. All right, where is the sound? I'm not getting it off this video. Let's try this again. Where did the sound go? Why am I not hearing any sound? This is the strangest thing.
Vote matters. I know.
All right, sorry about that. Something happened. We're back.
Nevadans elected me, the granddaughter of a baker from Mexico, to serve as the first Latina in the United States Senate. I'll tell you what. And in 2022, my re-election came down to 7,928 votes. Because of voters in Nevada, the Democrats won the Senate majority. And I'm here to tell you, we can do it again. We can send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. Are we ready to do it? Are we ready to fight? Let's get it done, Chicago. Thank you, everyone.
Please welcome Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro.
It's Josh Shapiro, who was one of the finalists for the VP position, but he was not chosen. Governor Josh Shapiro from Pennsylvania about to speak. Here we go. Hang on a moment.
2.5 centuries ago in Philadelphia, a band of patriots declared their independence from a king and set ourselves on a path of self-determination. Generation after generation has embraced that responsibility. Ordinary Americans rising up, demanding more, seeking justice. And in every chapter of our American story, we've made progress and advanced the cause of freedom. Today we find ourselves writing that next chapter. Will we be a nation defined by chaos and extremism? Or will we choose a path of decency, honor, and continued progress? Kamala Harris, well, she has spent her entire career making progress. Donald Trump, a man with no guardrails, wants to take away our rights and our freedoms. And listen, while he cloaks himself in the blanket of freedom, what he's offering isn't freedom at all. Because hear me on this, it's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read. No, it's not. And it's not freedom to tell women what they can do with their bodies. And hear me on this, it sure as hell isn't freedom to say, you can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom. But you know what? You know what, Democrats? We are the party of real freedom. That's right. The kind of real freedom that comes when that child has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future. Real freedom that comes when we invest in the police and in the community so that child can walk to and from school and get home safely to real freedom. Real freedom comes when she can join a union, marry who she loves, start a family on her own terms, breathe clean air, drink pure water, worship how she wants, and live a life of purpose where she is respected for who she is. Real freedom. Real freedom comes when she can look at Madam President and know that this is a nation where anything and everything is possible. That is real freedom, and that is what we are fighting for. You know, Kamala and Tim's names may be on the ballot, but it's your rights. It's our rights. It's our future and freedoms that are on the line. And you have the power to shape the future of this country. Just like our ancestors who fought for freedom on the battlefield and sat in at lunch counters so our kids could stand up. Now it's on us. It's on us, my friends, to organize in our communities and on our For You pages around three basic American principles. We value our freedom, we cherish our democracy, and we love this country. And listen, we love this country. And listen, despite our challenges, hear me on this, I want you to know I have never been more hopeful because I see in all of you the enduring promise of America. E pluribus unum, out of many one. It's not merely a motto from the past, it's our direction for the future. You see, you all give me hope, and you all have the power. So let's use that power. Let's do the hard work necessary to win this election and write the next chapter in our American story. So are you ready to protect our rights? Are you ready to secure our freedoms? And are you ready to defend our democracy? And are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? America, let's get to work!
Please welcome activist and youngest presidential inaugural poet in American history, Amanda Gorman.
All right, that was Josh Shapiro, and this is National Youth Poet Laureate Amanda Gorman.
We gather at this hallowed place because we believe in the American dream. We face a race that tests if this country we cherish shall perish from the earth, and if our earth shall perish from this country. It falls to us to ensure that we do not fall, for a people that cannot stand together cannot stand at all. We are one family, regardless of religion, class, or color. For what defines a patriot is not just our love of liberty, but our love for one another. This is loud in our country's call because while we all love freedom, it is love that frees us all. Empathy emancipates, making us greater than hate or vanity. That is the American promise, powerful and pure. Divided, we cannot endure, but united, we can endeavor to humanize our democracy and endear democracy to humanity. And make no mistake, cohering is the hardest task history ever wrote. But tomorrow is not written by our odds of hardship, but by the audacity of our hope, by the vitality of our vote. Only now, approaching this rare air, are we aware that perhaps the American dream is no dream at all, but instead a dare to dream together. Like a million roots tethered, branching up humbly, making one tree. This is our country from many, one, from battles won, our freedoms sung, our kingdom come has just begun. We redeem this sacred scene, ready for our journey from it. Together, we must birth this early republic and achieve an unearthly summit. Let us not just believe in the American dream, let us be worthy of it. Thank you.
If it's a video, I can't play the music under the video, so I will be talking. Hey, so coming up, we have Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, supposed to speak. Pete Buttigieg, Secretary of Transportation, supposed to speak. And also supposed to speak at some point, supposedly, reportedly, Oprah Winfrey, and Amy Klobuchar, Senator from Minnesota, and eventually Tim Walz. Tim Walz, vice presidential nominee. He will be the last big speaker tonight, and then they'll have the benediction after. Very much appreciate you joining our coverage. Thanks to everybody in our various chats and our moderators. I appreciate you being with us. People like our member Alex Buenrostro, Trevor Belmont, Joel PM. Over there, Lou Green, our subscriber on Facebook, Robert Rial II, Janice Key Smith is watching, Whitney Katz, Beanie Weenie. Thanks to all of our viewers and chatters. I appreciate you watching. Over there on Twitch, we got Shaggy, we got Morts730, 17 Birdie 17, Rufus from Louisiana, and others watching over there. Crypto King. Big shout out to our mods as well. We were covering a protest earlier. I'm not aware of any big protest activity going on right now. I will certainly keep an eye out for it. We got Jesse's Girl here, Darky7, Sarah Milligan, Lucky Minute. Thanks, folks, for watching. Melissa Terry is there watching. Let's see here. Somebody had asked before, I forgot to talk about it, So there's reporting that says that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to drop out of the race, and NBC News said he's going to endorse Trump. But Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is supposed to address the country on Friday. So if I have footage of that, I'll cover it. Hopefully, I'll have a video of it that I can show to you. But he's supposed to speak on Friday. So, but I just got to make sure I got video of it. We'll see what happens with that. In case you hadn't heard. But NBC News and ABC News were both reporting earlier today that he was going to drop out of the race. But we'll see. Well, it hasn't happened yet, so we'll have to see what actually happens. We'll have to see what actually happens. And then tomorrow night we will have the coverage of the fourth and final night of the convention. So much news going on. A lot of news going on. Thanks, He Is Risen, for watching. I appreciate it. Bebop and Rocksteady. Jasmine M. Beatty is there watching. Thank you. Our subscriber Uller Uprising is there. Tom Mix, okay. Well, we're not back yet. We're not back yet. We're not back yet. Thanks for staying with us. Sorry, I can't play the music under the videos. I assume there's music under this video.
Believe in
justice. Yes, there's music under the video, so I can't play it. Thanks, Jimmy ZNJ, for being there. Farm Wife 99. Shout out to our viewers and moderators. No, there's no subtitles that I can turn on for the muted videos. I don't control that. There's no switch. There's no button I can push to give you guys subtitles for these. That does not exist for me. Let's see. Who's up now? Oprah Winfrey. It's Oprah Winfrey is coming out. It's Oprah Winfrey. They're playing some music. They are playing some music, but as soon as the music stops, I will let you hear Oprah Winfrey. The CNN reporting was right. Oprah was going to make an appearance. Oh, hold on. We got music. We got music. Althea says, and the crowd goes wild.
Who says you can't go home again? After watching the Obamas last night, that was some epic fire, wasn't it? Some epic fire. We're now so fired up, we can't wait to leave here and do something. And what we're going to do is elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. I am so honored to have been asked to speak on tonight's theme about what matters most to me, to you, and all of us Americans: freedom. There are people who want you to see our country as a nation of us against them, people who want to scare you, who want to rule you, people who'd have you believe that books are dangerous and assault rifles are safe, that there's a right way to worship and a wrong way to love. people who seek first to divide and then to conquer. But here's the thing. When we stand together, it is impossible to conquer us. In the words of an extraordinary American, the late Congressman John Lewis, he said, no matter what ship our ancestors arrived on, we are all in the same boat now. Congressman Lewis knew very well how far this country has come because he was one of the brilliant Americans who helped to get us where we are. But he also knew that the work is not done. The work will never be done because freedom isn't free. America is an ongoing project. It requires commitment. It requires being open to the hard work and the heart work of democracy. And every now and then, it requires standing up to life's bullies. I know this. I've lived in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Wisconsin, Maryland, Indiana, Florida, Hawaii, Colorado, California, and and sweet home Chicago, Illinois. I have actually traveled this country from the redwood forests, love those redwoods, to the Gulf Stream waters. I've seen racism and sexism and income inequality and division. I've not only seen it, at times I've been on the receiving end of it. But more often than not, what I've witnessed and experienced are human beings, both conservative and liberal, who may not agree with each other, but who'd still help you in a heartbeat if you were in trouble. These are the people who make me proud to say that I am an American. They are the best of America. And despite what some would have you think, we are not so different from our neighbors. When a house is on fire, we don't ask about the homeowner's race or religion. We don't wonder who their partner is or how they voted. No, we just try to do the best we can to save them. And if the place happens to belong to a childless cat lady, well, we try to get that cat out too. Because we are a country of people who work hard for the money. We wish our brothers and sisters well, and we pray for peace. We know all the old tricks and tropes that are designed to distract us from what actually matters, but we are beyond ridiculous tweets and lies and foolery. These are complicated times, people, and they require adult conversation. And I welcome those conversations because civilized debate is vital to democracy, and it is the best of America. Now, over the last couple of nights, we have all seen brave people walk onto this stage and share their most private pain. Amanda and Josh, Caitlin, Hadley, they told us their stories of rape and incest and near-death experiences from having the state deny them the abortion that their doctor explained was medically necessary. And they've told us these things for one reason, and that is to keep what happened to them from happening to anybody else. Because if you do not have autonomy over this, over this? If you cannot control when and how you choose to bring your children into this world and how they are raised and supported, there is no American dream. The women and men who are battling to keep us from going back to a time of desperation and shame and stone cold fear, they are the new freedom fighters. And make no mistake, they are the best of America. I want to talk now about somebody who's not with us tonight. Tessie Prevost Williams was born in New Orleans not long after the Supreme Court ruled that segregated public schools were unconstitutional. That was in 1954, same year I was born. But I didn't have to head to first grade at the all-white McDonough 19 school with a U.S. Marshal by my side like Tessie did. And when I got to school, the building wasn't empty like it was for Tessie. You see, rather than allowing McDonough to be integrated, parents pulled their kids out of the school, leaving only Tessie and two other little black girls, Gail Etienne and Leona Tate, to sit in a classroom with the windows papered over to block snipers from attacking their 6-year-old bodies. Tessie passed away 6 weeks ago. And I tell this story to honor her tonight because she like Ruby Bridges and her friends, Leona and Gail, the New Orleans Four they were called. They broke barriers and they paid dearly for it. But it was the grace and guts and courage of women like Tessie Prevost Williams that paved the way for another young girl who 9 years later became part of the second class to integrate the public schools in Berkeley, California. And it seems to me that at school and at home, somebody did a beautiful job of showing this young girl how to challenge the people at the top and empower the people at the bottom. They showed her how to look at the world and see not just what is, but what can be. They instilled in her a passion for justice and freedom and the glorious fighting spirit necessary to pursue that passion. And soon, and very soon, very soon, we're going to be teaching our daughters and sons about how this child of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, two idealistic, energetic immigrants, how this child grew up to become the 47th President of the United States. The best of America. You know, let me tell you this. This election isn't about us and them. It's about you and me, and what we want our futures to look like. There are choices to be made when we cast our ballot. Now, there's a certain candidate that says if we just go to the polls this one time, that we'll never have to do it again. Well, you know what? You're looking at a registered independent who's proud to vote again and again and again because I'm an American and that's what Americans do. Voting is the best of America. And I have always, since I was eligible to vote, I've always voted my values. And that is what is needed in this election now more than ever. So I'm calling on all you independents and all you undecideds. You know this is true. You know I'm telling you the truth, that values and character matter most of all. In leadership and in life. And more than anything, you know this is true, that decency and respect are on the ballot in 2024. And just plain common sense. Common sense tells you that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz can give us decency and respect. They're the ones that give it to us. So, we are Americans. We are Americans. Let us choose loyalty to the Constitution over loyalty to any individual. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose optimism over cynicism, because that's the best of America. And let us choose inclusion over retribution. Let us choose common sense over nonsense. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose the sweet promise of tomorrow over the bitter return to yesterday. We won't go back. We won't be set back, pushed back, bullied back, kicked back. We're not going back. Not going back. We're not going back. So, let us choose. Let us choose truth. Let us choose honor. And let us choose joy. Because that's the best of America. But more than anything else, let us choose freedom. Why? Because that's the best of America. We're all Americans, and together, let's all choose Kamala Harris. Thank you, Chicago. Thank you, America.
Oprah Winfrey. There was Oprah. We have a video. All right, I can't play the music. So this is interesting. I can't play the music under this video, but I wonder if because Oprah spoke and she wasn't originally supposed to speak, maybe people like Wes Moore and Pete Buttigieg will speak tomorrow. So it's 10:46 p.m. right now, Eastern time. I wonder, I'm looking at the schedule right now, and Tim Walz is supposed to speak, and I guess these are former students of Tim Walz, and then there's a student of Governor Walz who's supposed to speak. So also Amy Klobuchar is supposed to speak, and she is actually from Tim Walz State. But there's supposed to be a John Legend performance too. Anyways, I'm not sure how many people are going to speak and or perform before Tim Walz. It's a fluid situation because Oprah was not on the schedule originally, and she gave a full speech. So we'll just have to see. I can't tell you who's going to speak next. I kind of feel like Tim Walz is going to speak quite soon. Hold on.
Please welcome Maryland Governor Wes Moore.
Oh, well, Wes Moore is speaking, so there you go. All right, so Wes Moore maybe they're going to stick to the schedule. This is Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland. who was on the schedule. All right. I might be wrong then. Let's see.
Thank you. Thank you. On March 26th, at 1:30 in the morning, a container ship the length of 3 football fields slammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, and the bridge collapsed. A port that drives 13% of our state's economy was now closed. Thousands of workers were hours away from waking up and realizing they no longer had a job. 6 Marylanders who had been on the bridge in the middle of the night fixing potholes lost their lives. And one of the first phone calls that I got that morning started with these 3 words. Gov, it's Kamala. She said, I know you spoke to the president, and I want you to know we are here with you every step of the way. Now, I joined the Army when I was 17. In fact, I was too young to sign the paperwork. I had to ask my mom to sign the paperwork for me because I don't have bone spurs. I led soldiers in combat in Afghanistan. And my training taught me that you never learn anything about anybody when times are easy. You learn everything you need to know about somebody when times are hard and when the temperature gets turned up. And America, I saw that Kamala Harris is the right one to lead in this moment firsthand. And united, with the Almighty God's grace, we brought closure to the families of the 6 victims. And while many said it could take 11 months to reopen the port of Baltimore, we got it done in 11 weeks. Because that is the story of America. We are a nation of patriots who serve when the mission is hard and who serve when the destination is uncertain. And I know our history is imperfect. The unevenness of the American journey has made some skeptical. But I'm not asking you to give up your skepticism. I just want that skepticism to be your companion and not your captor. And I'm asking that you join us in the work. Because making America great doesn't mean telling people you're not wanted. And loving your country does not mean lying about its history. Making America great means saying the ambitions of this country would be incomplete without your help. It's the legacy of those 6 workers who fixed potholes on a bridge while we slept, who were born in a different country, but who knew that America was big enough for them too. It's the journey. It's the journey of a man raised by a remarkable immigrant single mom, a man who felt handcuffs on his wrists at 11 years old, who now stands before you as the 63rd governor of Maryland and the first black governor in the history of our state. It's the story of a prosecutor who defended our freedoms and had Maryland's back when we needed it most. And now, MVP, we've got your back as well. That's right. It's my fellow veteran, my brother, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. And now, Tim knows that in the military, you count the days towards mission completion. So guess what, y'all? We have got 75 days and a wake-up until Election Day. 75 days in a wake-up for us to prove what Americans can do when the pressure is on. 75 days and a wake-up for us to show that true patriots do not whine and complain. We put our heads down and we get to work. 75 days and a wake-up to build a future that those who came before us hope for, and those who come after us that they deserve. And 75 days and a wake-up to elect a leader who is willing to believe in the best of us, and that leader is Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States. Thank you, God bless you, and let's leave no one behind.
Wes Moore, Governor of Maryland.
Please welcome former South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg.
It's Pete Buttigieg, Secretary of Transportation. All right, hang on a moment here. As soon as the music stops, I will turn on the sound.
Thank you. Good evening, Democrats. Thank you, Chicago. Here's a sentence I never thought I'd hear myself saying. I'm Pete Buttigieg, and you might recognize me from Fox News. I believe in going anywhere, in service of a good cause, and friends, we gather in a very good cause, electing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, the next President and Vice President of the United States. The choice could not be clearer. Donald Trump rants about law and order, as if he wasn't a convicted criminal running against a prosecutor. As if we were going to forget that crime was higher on his watch. Talks about the forgotten man, hoping we'll forget that the only economic promise that he actually kept was to cut taxes for the rich. And don't even get me started on his new running mate. At least Mike Pence was polite. J.D. Vance is one of those guys who thinks if you don't live the life that he has in mind for you, then you don't count. Someone who said that if you don't have kids, you have, quote, no physical commitment to the future of this country. You know, Senator, when I deployed to Afghanistan, I didn't have kids then. Many of the men and women who went outside the wire with me didn't have kids either, but let me tell you, our commitment to the future of this country was pretty damn physical. Choosing a guy like J.D. Vance to be America's next vice president sends a message. And the message is that they are doubling down on negativity and grievance. Committing to a concept of campaigning best summed up in one word: darkness. Darkness is what they are selling. The thing is, I just don't believe that America today is in the market for darkness. I believe America is ready for a better kind of politics. Yes, politics at its worst can be ugly, crushing, demeaning, but it doesn't have to be. At its best, politics can be empowering, uplifting. It can even be a kind of soul craft. My faith teaches me that the world isn't made up of good people and bad people, but rather that each of us is capable of good and bad things. And I believe leaders matter because of what they bring out in each of us, the good or the bad. Right now, the other side is appealing to what is smallest within you. They're telling you that greatness comes from going back to the past. They're telling you that anyone different from you is a threat. They're telling you that your neighbor or nephew or daughter who disagrees with you politically isn't just wrong, but is now the enemy. I believe in a better politics, one that finds us at our most decent and open and brave. The kind of politics that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are offering. And as you have felt these many days, that kind of politics also just feels better to be part of. There is joy in it, as well as power. And if all of that sounds naive, let me insist that I have come to this view not by way of idealism, but by way of experience. Not just the experience of my unlikely career. Someone like me serving in Indiana, serving in Washington, serving in uniform. I'm thinking of something much more basic. I'm thinking of dinner time at our house in Michigan. When the dog is barking and the air fryer is beeping and the mac and cheese is boiling over, and it feels like all the political negotiating experience in the world is not enough for me to get our 3-year-old son and our 3-year-old daughter to just wash their hands and sit at the table. It's the part of our day when politics seems the most distant, and yet the makeup of our kitchen table, the existence of my family, is just one example of something that was literally impossible as recently as 25 years ago, when an anxious teenager growing up in Indiana wondered if he would ever find belonging in this world. This kind of life went from impossible to possible, from possible to real, from real to almost ordinary in less than half a lifetime. But that didn't just happen. It was brought about through idealism and courage, through organizing and persuasion and storytelling, and yes, through politics, the right kind of politics. The kind of politics that can make an impossible dream into an everyday reality. I don't presume to know what it's like in your kitchen, but I know, as sure as I am standing here, that everything in it, the bills you pay at that table, the shape of the family that sits there, the fears and the dreams that you talk about late into the night there, all of it compels us to demand more from our politics than a rerun of some TV wrestling death match. So this November, we get to choose. We get to choose our president. We get to choose our policies, but most of all, we will choose a better politics. A politics that calls us to our better selves and offers us a better everyday. That is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represents. That is what Democrats represent. That is what awaits us when America decides to end Trump's politics of darkness once and for all. That is what we choose when we embrace the leaders who are out there building bridges and reject the ones who are out there banning books. This is what we will work for every day to November and beyond. So let's go win this. Thank you, Democrats. Thank you.
Pete Buttigieg, Secretary of Transportation. We are close to hearing from Tim Walz. Hold on. They're playing a video. So I need to talk while the video is playing. Now my schedule says the next thing up is a performance from John Legend and Sheila E. I might be talking for a little while because this video might be followed by a song. And then after the performance from John Legend and Sheila E., my schedule says remarks from Senator from Minnesota, which is Tim Walz's home state, Amy Klobuchar, and then remarks from a former student of Governor Walz, and then Tim Walz speaking. I appreciate you joining us. This is night 3 of our coverage, Will Swift be there? Says Movable 35. I have not heard any kind of. I heard a rumor that Taylor Swift was going to show up at the DNC, but I have not heard anything I would consider reliable about that. You never know, though. You never know. Let's see here. Hey, I want to thank. Oops, hold on. What's happening? What's happening?
Artist and activist John Legend.
John Legend.
Queen of percussion
And Sheila E. Are they going to talk or are they just going to perform? Oh, all right. So this is John Legend and Sheila E. performing. If you want to watch it, I will not be offended if you go to one of the channels that doesn't have an issue with playing copyrighted music, but I cannot do it. Anyways, let me say a couple thank yous. Thank you to Kieran for your support in Bend Fork 2000 and Bebop and Rocksteady. Let me shout out our moderators who are here with us. Cynthia Moon is modding. Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Thank you. And let's see. Linda Belk and Larry over on X. And also, I Got That Fire, Sarah and Surly Dev. Thank you so much, moderators, for being here. They're on Twitch, on Facebook, Ava Knight, Margaret Riley, and Paul Anderson has been over there. All of our moderators, huge thanks. Kay Lowry Body, thank you. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sure you can find it somewhere if you want to hear the music. Our viewer, PXN America Seats, need more cowbell. And tomorrow is night 4, which we will be covering. You know, I think I might have mentioned this yesterday. I can't remember if I did. I kind of feel, it feels to me like the whole both parties are doing this. It's 4 days of like hours. And I mean, there's a performance going on right now, but the vast majority of it is just speech after speech after speech for hour after hour after hour. And it just feels to me like it's kind of a, maybe the format's a bit stale. I sort of feel like at some point, one of the two parties will change it and then like they'll just never go back and both parties will change it. Maybe that's just me. It just feels like it's a lot of speeches. I mean, I have no objection to a speech in the abstract, but it's like 5 hours for 4 straight days. Like, I mean, I don't know. I'm surprised it hasn't been messed with yet. But it's the same for the Democrats and the Republicans. It's very similar format. I don't really notice a significant difference between the two. K8 says they all say the same thing too. I mean, there's some differences. A lot of the speeches are similar. But, you know, the overall approach to doing the 4 days and lots of speeches, I do wonder if somebody's going to mess with that. Now, I think most people don't sit and watch like some of us are doing, you know, all the whole thing. So they probably tune in for some and then they leave and then come back or whatever. So anyways, we'll see. We'll see if anybody messes with the format. I guess 4 years from now. Molly says they were playing a Prince song. Are they done? Let's see. That was pretty fast. Now, hold on a moment. Hang on a moment. What's happening?
That was incredible. I just want to say I feel so motivated after tonight. It's like never been more clear that if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are elected this November, they're going to protect our freedoms. The freedom to read whatever books you want. The freedom to work one job and afford your rent. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will protect your freedom to start a family on your own terms. And if you ask me, that is something worth fighting for. So guys, let's do it. It's time. Let's nominate the next Vice President of the United States, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. And to take us there, please welcome to the stage Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar.
So I believe Tim Walz has already been officially nominated, but maybe they're going to do some kind of ceremonial thing here. I don't know. It's Senator Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota.
That was a warm-up act. On behalf of the great state of Minnesota, where purple reigns, I stand before you in support of our next Vice President, Tim Walz. In Minnesota, we trust a coach who turned a team that was 0-27 into state champions. In Minnesota, we trust a hunter who has stood in a deer stand in 10-degree weather. In Minnesota, we trust a candidate who has made a viral video on how to change a burnt-out headlight. And I know we aren't alone, but in Minnesota, we love a dad in plaid. So Tim and I go way back. He taught high school right down the road from where my husband John grew up. My mother-in-law even brought him and Gwen a Parmesan chicken dinner when their son was born. That's what we do in America. We look out for our neighbors. Tim has been doing that his whole life, on the farm and in the factory, with his students and his fellow service members. And the truth is, that matters. Who better to take on the price of gas than a guy who could pull over to help change your tire? Who better to serve our nation than a guy who has served in uniform? Who better to find common ground than a guy with Midwestern common sense? A former football coach knows how to level the playing field. And a former public school teacher knows how to school the likes of J.D. Vance. What you've done with your life matters, and what you do with power matters too. Tim has delivered paid leave, school lunches, and the biggest tax cut in Minnesota history. A Democrat from a red district in a purple state, Tim has brought Minnesota together. And together with Vice President Kamala Harris, I know he will do the same for our nation. America, there is so much that we share, so much that connects us. Way up north in Minnesota, out of Lake Itasca, flows the Mississippi River. It starts small and it grows wider. It flows down to Wisconsin and to Iowa. It goes down to Illinois and to Missouri. It goes to Kentucky and Tennessee. It goes to Arkansas, and it goes way down to Mississippi. And then it goes all the way down to New Orleans, Louisiana, where the spirit of our nation's resilience abounds. So let us commit here and now to cross the river of our divides to get to a higher ground. And let us join together to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Please welcome Ben Ingman from Minnesota.
I believe this is a former student of Tim Walz. We'll see. We'll see. I think that's what the schedule said.
Tim Walz is the kind of guy you can count on to push you out of a snowbank. I know this because Tim Walz has pushed me out of a snowbank. I grew up next door to the Walzes in Mankato. Mr. Walz was also my geography teacher and my coach. Not for high school football, but for 7th grade basketball and track. So what was the high school football coach doing, coaching 7th grade basketball and track? Well, there was a kid in the high school who couldn't afford to pay for lunch, and he ran up a lot of debt. And Tim and Gwen decided they'd help pay it off. They started calling around the district to see if there were any positions they could fill to make a little extra money, and that's how he wound up coaching us 7th graders. That's right. Coach Walz got us excited about what we might achieve together. He believed in us, and he helped us believe in each other. And his leadership stuck. That track team went on to win a state title, just like the football team. That's right. Speaking of which, come on out, Scarlets. Yeah!
I can't play the music, but there is a football team coming out. I believe that Tim Walz coached. But I can't play the music. Is the music still playing? Let's see. Yes, the music is still playing. The music is still playing. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. Oh, they're still playing the music. I will return you to the audio as soon as the music ends. A surprise appearance. Hang on a moment. Are they back? Are we back? Are we speaking? Here we go.
You know, all this got me thinking about the kinds of leaders we need. We want the people in charge to be genuine, compassionate, and trustworthy. The thing is, there are people in our neighborhoods who fit this description. The kind of people who display quiet leadership by helping kids pay for their lunches, by bringing teams together to believe in each other. And when we're stuck in the snow, they push us out. Well, in my neighborhood, we always wish that people like that would run for office. Well, in my neighborhood, someone like that did run for office. And he's going to be a wonderful vice president. Thanks very much.
All right, Tim Walz is up next. Okay, I have to. This is probably a video about Tim Walz. But there's music, so I can't play it. So we are about to hear from Tim Walz, Governor Walz of Minnesota, the vice presidential nominee in the Democratic Party. I'm sorry I can't play the video. Appreciate you guys being here for the coverage. And thanks so much to all of our moderators, and thanks to JD for your support. JD, that's very kind of you. Thank you. Thanks to everybody watching. Someone else in the chat said they heard Taylor Swift was going to be at the DNC. Again, I have not heard any reliable reporting that that is the case. Maybe there will be some, tonight Oprah wasn't supposed to be there originally, and then she showed up. So maybe tomorrow night there'll be some special guests tomorrow night. I don't know. Do not know. Christy Lane is excited for tomorrow night. We have been fortunate in that there has not been like another big story going out at the same time as the Democratic Convention. Because I don't know if there was another big story going on at the same time the Democratic Convention was going on. I don't know how we'd handle that. You'd probably have to pick one or the other. But that hasn't happened this week so far. Volume, I can't play the volume of the video because the video has music, copyrighted music. So I cannot play the video. I'm sorry if you wanted to watch the video. You can, I'm guessing, find another outlet, for example, on YouTube, and just rewind it and play the video if you'd like. So, again, I wish I could, but I can't do it. I can't do it. And then, wow, the election is in 2.5 months. We only have 20 days until the first debate. The first debate is June 10th, guys. Sorry, June 10th. September 10th is the first debate. September 10th. Wow, that's going to be a big night. And that's in just 20 days. Jennifer White thinks I just jinxed myself talking about the two news stories at once. I think people start early voting pretty soon, too, in some states at least. No, Donovan, it is not September 4th. The first debate is September 10th. September 10th. No, you cannot play music. Playing copyrighted songs is not covered under fair use. Oh, hold on a second. Here we go.
Nominee for Vice President, Governor Tim Walz.
Here's Tim Walz. All right, now, here's Tim Walz. I can't play the music. They're playing I think they're playing Small Town. I heard a couple notes. I can name that song in 2 notes. I heard the Kenny Aronoff snare drum hit. So I think they're playing Small Town by John Cougar Mellencamp. That is my guess. That is my guess. Hold on a second. I bet there's going to be a big applause for him, so they'll probably play music. People are saying it was. It was. Let's see here. Let's see. Is the music still playing? All right, here it is. Here's Governor Walz.
Thank you. Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you, first of all, to Vice President Harris. Thanks for putting your trust in me and for inviting me to be part of this incredible campaign. And a thank you to President Joe Biden for 4 years of strong, historic leadership. It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States. We're all here tonight for one beautiful, simple reason. We love this country. So thank you to all of you here in Chicago and all of you watching at home tonight. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your determination. And most of all, thank you for bringing the joy to this fight. Now, I grew up in Butte, Nebraska, a town of 400 people. I had 24 kids in my high school class, and none of them went to Yale. But I'll tell you what, growing up in a small town like that, you learn how to take care of each other. That family down the road, they may not think like you do. They may not pray like you do. They may not love like you do, but they're your neighbors. And you look out for them, and they look out for you. Everybody belongs, and everybody has a responsibility to contribute. For me, it was serving in the Army National Guard. I joined up 2 days after my 17th birthday, and I proudly wore our nation's uniform for 24 years. My dad, a Korean War era Army veteran, died of lung cancer a couple years later. He left behind a mountain of medical debt. Thank God for Social Security survivor benefits. And thank God for the GI Bill that allowed my dad and me to go to college, and millions of other Americans. Eventually, like the rest of my family, I fell in love with teaching. Three out of 4 of us married teachers. I wound up teaching social studies and coaching football at Mankato West High School. Go Scarlets! We ran a 44 defense. We played through to the whistle on every single play, and we even won a state championship. Never closed the yearbook, people. But it was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress. They saw in me what I had hoped to instill in them, a commitment to the common good, an understanding that we're all in this together, and the belief that a single person can make a real difference for their neighbors. So there I was, a 40-something high school teacher, with little kids, zero political experience, and no money running in a deep red district. But you know what? Never underestimate a public school teacher. Never. I represented my neighbors in Congress for 12 years, and I learned an awful lot. I learned how to work across the aisle on issues like growing the rural economies and taking care of veterans. And I learned how to compromise without compromising my values. Then I came back to serve as governor, and we got right to work, making a difference in our neighbors' lives. We cut taxes for the middle class. We passed paid family and medical leave. We invested in fighting crime and affordable housing. We cut the cost of prescription drugs and helped people escape the kind of medical debt that nearly sank my family. And we made sure that every kid in our state gets breakfast and lunch every day. So while other states were banning books from their schools, we were banishing hunger from ours. We also protected reproductive freedom because in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. And even if we wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. And that includes IVF and fertility treatments. And this is personal for Gwen and I. If you've never experienced the hell that is infertility, I guarantee you, you know somebody who has. And I can remember praying each night for a phone call. The pit in your stomach when the phone would ring, and the absolute agony when we heard the treatments hadn't worked. It took Gwen and I years, but we had access to fertility treatments. And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope. Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you. I'm letting you in on how we started a family because this is a big part about what this election is about. Freedom. When Republicans use the word freedom, they mean that the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. Corporations, free to pollute your air and water. And banks, free to take advantage of customers. But when we Democrats talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love. Freedom to make your own health care decisions. And yeah, your kid's freedom to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in the hall. Look, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. And I was a better shot than most Republicans in Congress, and I got the trophies to prove it. But I'm also a dad. I believe in the Second Amendment, but I also believe our first responsibility is to keep our kids safe. That's what this is all about. The responsibility we have to our kids, to each other, and to the future that we're building together, in which everyone is free to build the kind of life they want. But not everyone has that same sense of responsibility. Some folks just don't understand what it takes to be a good neighbor. Take Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Their Project 2025 will make things much, much harder for people who are just trying to live their lives. They spent a lot of time pretending they know nothing about this. But look, I coached high school football long enough to know, and trust me on this, when somebody takes the time to draw up a playbook, they're going to use it. And we know if these guys get back in the White House, they'll start jacking up the costs on the middle class, they'll repeal the Affordable Care Act, they'll gut Social Security and Medicare, and they will ban abortion across this country with or without Congress. Here's the thing, it's an agenda nobody asked for. It's an agenda that serves nobody except the richest and the most extreme amongst us. And it's an agenda that does nothing for our neighbors in need. Is it weird? Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's also wrong, and it's dangerous. It's not just me saying so. It's Trump's own people. They were with him for 4 years. They're warning us that the next 4 years will be much, much worse. You know, when I was teaching every year, we'd elect a student body president. And you know what? Those teenagers could teach Donald Trump a hell of a lot about what a leader is. Leaders don't spend all day insulting people and blaming others. Leaders do the work. So I don't know about you, I'm ready to turn the page on these guys. So go ahead, say it with me. We're not going back. We've got something better to offer the American people. It starts with our candidate, Kamala Harris. From her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, as an attorney general, as a United States senator, and then our vice president, she's fought on the side of the American people. She's taken on the predators and fraudsters. She's taken down the transnational gangs, and she stood up to powerful corporate interests. She has never hesitated to reach across that aisle if it meant improving your lives. And she's always done it with energy, with passion, and with joy. Folks, we've got a chance to make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. But I think we owe it to the American people to tell them exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes. So here, this is the part, clip and save it and send it to your undecided relatives so they know. If you're a middle-class family or a family trying to get into the middle class, Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes. If you're getting squeezed by prescription drug prices, Kamala Harris is going to take on Big Pharma. If you're hoping to buy a home, Kamala Harris is going to help make it more affordable. And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors. You know, you might not know it, but I haven't given a lot of big speeches like this. But I have given a lot of pep talks. So let me finish with this, team. It's the fourth quarter. We're down a field goal, but we're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team. Kamala Harris is tough. Kamala Harris is experienced, and Kamala Harris is ready. Our job for everyone watching is to get in the trenches and do the blocking and tackling. 1 inch at a time. 1 yard at a time, 1 phone call at a time, 1 door knock at a time, 1 $5 donation at a time. Look, we got 76 days. That's nothing. There'll be time to sleep when you're dead. We're going to leave it on the field. That's how we'll keep moving forward. That's how we'll turn the page on Donald Trump. That's how we'll build a country where workers come first. Healthcare and housing are human rights. And the government stays the hell out of your bedroom. That's how we make America a place where no child is left hungry, where no community is left behind, where nobody gets told they don't belong. That's how we're gonna fight. And as the next president of the United States always says, when we fight, when we fight, when we fight, thank you. God bless.
All right, that was Governor Tim Walz, vice presidential nominee. It was interesting. I think he spoke for like 17 minutes or something. I'm sure there's been times when candidates spoke for longer. I don't mind a speech at that length, though. I mean, I don't care whether it's a Republican or a Democrat. I'd be interested in knowing just how long the vice presidential candidates normally speak for. But it was not a long speech. I thought that was interesting. And his family is there right now. Oh, I'm in the way of his family now. I can't play the music. I'm sorry. That's why I'm talking, is because I can't play Rockin' in the Free World. Now, Kitty says J.D. Vance spoke for 36 minutes, and I didn't. Again, J.D. Vance, it wasn't that it seemed long to me. I'm guessing, it's a total guess. I'm guessing if I did a comparison, that would have been on the short side, which I just found interesting. I'm not saying it's bad, but it was interesting to me. Anyways, Tim Walz. We have the benediction still left, and then we'll take some comments from you guys, and we'll see what you guys thought of night 3. And Rita thought it was super positive and inspirational. My guess is that some of you liked it and some of you didn't. That's going to be my guess. My guess is some of you liked it and some of you didn't. Our viewer Hero Ship says, good guess. One of our viewers, Ghost of Putin, says it was all right. Rittenhouse says, I think everyone loved it, but some just can't admit it. Really, Rittenhouse? Really? K. Ceratops says, I don't like anything. Checks and Balances says, empty promises. So there you go. Andrew Pinzola says it was okay. We're waiting for the benediction. I have to change the headline, by the way. I'll change the headline when I have a second, but the benediction's coming up next. They're playing music. They're playing music. They are playing music. Hey, thanks so much, Krista Baresi. Thanks, Krista, and thanks for shouting out the mods, Krista. I appreciate it. Thanks for your support. Krista Baresi, I appreciate that. Thank you. No, they're still playing music. They're still playing the music. Wickedest Witch thinks these are typical conventions going as expected. Mr. Kitty says, I thought the speech was fine. Master Splinter says, no policies, just something about football kids and the bedroom. Chi-Town says so much hype at these things. We are waiting for the benediction. You know, for a lot of people in America, that might have been the first time they saw Walz speak. Because a lot of people don't keep up that much with the news. I'm going to cover, if I have video of RFK's announcement on Friday, RFK Jr., where there's reporting suggesting he's going to pull out of the race and possibly endorse Trump. If I have access to the footage, I'll cover it. I'm not positive I will. Same thing. So we'll do some sort of coverage for the September 10th debate, but I don't know that I'll have access to debate footage. That just depends on whether ABC makes it available. So I don't know if I can. I mean, they might just say you're not allowed to show it. CNN I was allowed to show the Biden-Trump debate because CNN allowed it. So we'll have to see. I'd prefer to show it, but it's not up to me. I'll have to ask. His name is pronounced Walz. Oh, we still got music. We still got music. We still have music playing. We still have music playing. Vulgate says, I'm eager for November. Man, yeah, it does feel like it's a long campaign. It's a long election campaign. Richie Mick says Taylor Swift is going to appear tomorrow at the DNC. I think I know what our first poll question is going to be at the end of tonight. I think I know what I'm going to ask you guys. But we still are waiting for the benediction and the gavel. John B says, J-Bombs has been an eventful month. I mean, it's been less than 2 months since the Biden-Trump debate. That was late June. There's been so much going on. Who knows what'll happen next? Thank you, Minnie Manson. Minnie Manson is a fan of Tim Walz. Thank you so much, Minnie Manson, for your support. Still waiting here for the benediction. And we will be covering this tomorrow. Oh, you know, we might do protest coverage tomorrow, too, because there is a big march planned for tomorrow. The march on the DNC 2024, they marched on Monday, and they're supposed to have another march tomorrow. I think it's like around the time of a little bit before the convention's supposed to start. Anyways, so we might be doing some protest coverage tomorrow. We covered a protest today, which was a pro-Palestinian protest. We covered that for several hours before we switched over to the convention. If you rewind the stream, you could see that. It was pretty well behaved, honestly. It was not violent. It was peaceful. I think I saw somebody get taken into custody at one point, but I don't even know if they were involved in the protest. So that it was definitely a peaceful protest, that one today. So we're still waiting for the benediction here. Ruth said they cleared out fast. Oh, do you mean from the convention here? Like people are leaving, or are you saying the protest? Yeah, I mean, a lot of the seats are empty now. It's late though, you know. Well, it's 10:46 local time. I guess maybe people don't stay around for the. It's also a long day. I mean, if you're there for the whole convention, you're there for hours and hours. But we're still. I think it's benediction time, guys. I think it is benediction time. William Emanuel Hall, the lead pastor of St. James Church in Chicago.
Up on the block with Mamie Till, serving alongside CTU President Stacey Davis Gates, and walking past the childhood home of Senator Carol Moseley Bronze, I know that women from the 6th Ward on the south side of Chicago have changed the world. On the eve of the first black woman receiving nomination for the President of the United States, God, we are ready to fight for freedoms. Division is the tool of the insecure. Hatred is the misunderstanding of love. Help us to come together and paint a brighter future, the one that Shirley Chisholm dreamed of, Maya Angelou spoke of. And let there be peace tonight. Peace in Palestine, peace for Palestinians, peace for Israelis. When we come together, we win. When we serve together, we change lives. Tonight, by faith, we rise together. Tonight, by faith, we work together. Tonight, by faith, we get information together. We will not wait till November, but by faith, we will shout in victory tonight.
As a Hindu, a Sikh, and an Angelino coming from Tongva lands, I invite you to pray or reflect. In Sikhi, Vaheguru is Nirbhau and Nirvaid, the one without fear and without hatred. If the divine possesses these qualities with making the universe, then we are responsible to achieve equity with those same values. As a Hindu, I'm reminded that divisiveness is a choice because our dharam, our duty, is towards all of humanity and nature. We are working towards righting the wrongs of our past and preventing a future harm, paving a path for restoration we deserve. May justice and peace evolve from their status as empty words to become calls to action against the status quo of oppression. Om Shanti 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 Nanak Naam Chardi Kala Tere Pane Sarpatata Pala.
All right, for those of you that are left, I've got a question. Is there a motion to recess our convention? Oh, you guys are moving me. Is there a second? Okay, before I ask for the final vote, I don't have my phone, I can't do a selfie. Some people are asking me for a selfie. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. In the eyes of the chair, the ayes have it. We are now officially recessed until 5:30 p.m. tomorrow. Folks, it's closing time. I don't care where you go, but you can't stay here. I love you.
That was Senator Cory Booker, and that's the end of night 3. How about that? Well, there you go. So night 3 of the Democratic Convention comes to a close. Final night tomorrow. I'm going to take my headphones out now. The video might pause for a second, but Cory Booker was into it. He was into it. Hey, first of all, hey, thanks Royal. I think Royal is watching from Argentina. So thanks so much for the donation, Royal, from Argentina. That's cool you're watching from there. I'd love to visit there one day. Hey, we got the logo up on the screen, guys. Oh, you know what? We're going to have to... Hang on a moment here. I'm going to have to do something here. One moment, folks. Okay, let me get back to me. Let's get back to me. All right. Now, when we come back to me full screen, what's going to happen is, oh, see, we were covering the protest before, so that's why it says protest over my shoulder. I have to fix that graphic here. And then I'm going to take some comments from you guys. I want to hear from you. What did you think of night 3? There we go. We're good. Now we're good. Oops. The other thing I got to do is, this should be bigger. This headline is so... Do you think I can fit the words Democratic Convention? Oops. Can I fit the words Democratic Convention in the headline? Let's see. Night 3 of, is this going to work? Democratic, it's never going to work. Nope, too big. I'm going to leave it DNC. It's fine. Let me get to your comments, and we're going to do a poll question. We're going to do a poll question. The first thing we're going to do is a poll question, because everybody likes the polls. Well, some of you do. The poll question is, will Taylor Swift appear tomorrow night? There are rumors. I would say nothing reliable. Okay, so here's the poll. The poll is, will Taylor Swift appear tomorrow night? I wonder if, like, Polymarket, you can... I mean, I don't... in America, you're not allowed to bet on Polymarket, I don't think. But I wonder if they have a betting line for that on Polymarket. I probably should check. Okay, so let's see what you guys say. This is a rumor. It's a rumor. What do our viewers think about this? So I have to do... here is the YouTube response to the poll. 56% say no. 44%, almost half of you say yes. You know, it's very close to Twitch. It's very close to Twitch. Over there on Twitch we have, look at this. Oh, you can't see it yet. Why can't you see that yet? Now you can. On Twitch it is, well, actually it's 39% say yes on Twitch and 44% say yes on YouTube. All right, we'll have to see. Jonah Cat says, I think Beyonce will sing Freedom Live when Harris walks out. That's a good prediction, Jonah. I don't know for sure, but that's certainly a prediction that could come true. Let me do this. Turn this on here. Let's see. I'm going to take some more comments from you guys. All right. Well, 57% say no on... 43% say yes, she will appear on YouTube, and 39% say yes on Twitch. All right. Thank you for voting in our poll. Thank you for voting in our poll. I'm just putting that up on the screen. It's a Reuters story. Candidate Walz, Democratic stalwarts, whip up Chicago convention. Any other predictions for tomorrow night? Who got bumped tonight? You know, I don't know if anybody got bumped or just... Oops, I'm looking at the schedule here. Here's the schedule. I see everyone here. Every single person I see. I think everybody spoke. Yeah, I think everybody actually spoke. Although we weren't, in the first part, we weren't covering the first part because we were covering the protest. Okay. Catch 22 says, "Where's James Taylor?" Now I don't believe James Taylor got bumped the first night. Maybe James Taylor will perform with Beyonce. Oh, Zach says Polymarket has a line for Taylor Swift. Let's look up Polymarket. It is a betting site where the odds are determined by the betting money that comes in on either side or whatever side. You can, and again, they're not a sponsor or anything, but they're nice enough to let me show their odds. So if I go to Taylor Swift, yes, it's there. It's there. So on Polymarket, will Taylor Swift attend the DNC? It is down to 5% chance. At some point, it was a couple weeks ago, it was up to over 25%. So that's the betting line. So I guess it seems like it's 6.3%, 6.3 cents now. Anyways, basically the way it would work is roughly speaking, you would bet 5 cents on her and you'd get, and if she wins, you get $1 back. So you win 95 cents. But if she shows up, whereas if you bet on her to not show up, you would bet, roughly speaking, 90, I guess the way it is now is 96 cents and you'd win an extra 4 cents. So she is, on Polymarket, she is heavily favored to not show up. They also have one for whether she'll endorse. She could endorse and not show up. Will Taylor Swift endorse Kamala Harris? 89% chance. And that doesn't have to be done. You can, if you actually go to the bottom, it says this market will resolve to yes if Taylor Swift announces she will vote for Kamala Harris or formally endorses her by November 4th, 2024, 11:59 p.m. ET. Otherwise, this market will resolve to no. Does it say how much has been... Oh, 97,000 has been bet on this one. And then the previous one was, one of our viewers pointed out that about $300,000 has been bet on this. Again, my understanding with Polymarket is you're not allowed to bet on Polymarket if you're in the U.S. That's my understanding. I think Wikipedia says that. Again, I really appreciate them showing this, allowing me to show, they allow me to show their site, which is very nice of them. But just to clarify that about the US, I think it says it on Wikipedia. Polymarket is a decentralized prediction market platform that allows users to place bets on world events. Users buy and sell shares using cryptocurrency to bet on the likelihood of future events taking place. Yes. Where is it here? I thought it said here about U.S. use. Oh, I think it actually says it on the Polymarket site. It might even say that on the Polymarket site. Let me just get this for you. We've talked about it here before. I can't find it. I can't find it. I feel like it was either on Wikipedia or the Polymarket site. Well, I don't want to get caught up on this and take 20 minutes trying to find this. So I apologize if I got that wrong. That's my understanding is it's not allowed to in the U.S. Let's see. I have no protest video at the moment. Maybe somebody messaged me about it or something. Let me read some more comments from you guys. What did you guys think of? What did you guys think of night 3, including Tim Walz? Oh, William Watson says maybe we'll get a Taylor duet tomorrow night. Chanel Adams says Taylor won't say anything now. She said so. I'm not aware of this. I haven't been keeping up with her, what she has said about this, if anything. Our viewer, Minnie Manson, thought Tim Walz made this night. Just Call Me Jay thought the DNC was bad tonight. Really bad. I'm reading some more comments here. Terry D24 really liked last night's roll call. Unfortunately, I couldn't play it because it had music, copyrighted music under it. Thanks, Dennis Britt, for your kind words. Dennis says, I'm conservative. It was hard to watch everything. I do appreciate you watching, though. Wickedest Witch says 15 conventions. Maybe she's seen 15. Pretty much all the same, said Wickedest Witch. Maybe I can find a... is anyone writing stories on this whole Taylor Swift question? I'm sure somebody is. No. USA Today had an article said, will Taylor Swift make a DNC appearance? Rumors have been swirling. Anyways, Danielle Klingenberg says, tonight was interesting. Can't wait until tomorrow, the grand finale. Jonah Katz says, Beyonce is a 38% on Polymarket to show up. Anyways, just to be clear, because I don't want to give you false information, don't rely on me in terms of where Polymarket can be used. Don't rely on me. So you can look into that yourself. I just don't want to give you false information. So I am not an authority on that. Let's see here. Yeah, follow your local laws. I agree with that, Barry. Follow your local laws. I did find a May article from Forbes that says there's a Forbes article from May entitled Peter Thiel invests in Polymarket political betting platform, but the future of gambling on elections remains unclear. And what it says is Polymarket essentially operates as an offshore betting platform out of the purview of U.S. regulations. But it also says betting on elections is illegal in the U.S. under federal law. But many companies have lobbied the CFTC to ease restrictions. Anyways, so look into that yourselves. It's an interesting question. I need to look into it more. So I don't want to give you false information. Let's see here. Michael N. Lowe says, I am really excited for tomorrow. The energy and uplifting tone of the DNC versus the RNC is a nice change. So Michael is a fan of the DNC. Some of our viewers are not fans of it. Also, it's possible that some of the people who didn't like it just didn't stick around and watch. That's something too. Geeg says Taylor Swift will get with a campaign and then break up with it and write an album about it. Win-win. What about Israel and Gaza? When there's some huge development with Israel and Gaza, I will do another stream on it. I am not aware that there was any huge development in the Israel. There of course is always news going on there, so I'm not saying there's no news, but you know, next time there's a very big development of some sort which changes things in some significant way, we'll do a stream on it. Oh, I think I found this article I was referring to before. There is a July 16th article by Axios about Polymarket, okay? And in that article, it says, Polymarket doesn't yet allow U.S. users to make trades off its predictions. Okay, now I'm just quoting Axios. So if it's wrong, go to Axios and look at the article that says Nate Silver joins prediction market startup as more people bet on news. I think I read that one last time. Let's see. Thank you, Cindy Hargett, for your kind words. Epistemic Gig says warm and fuzzy won't pay the bills. Barry says probably going to be later in September for the Iranian Hezbollah response. I posted on my X account. You can see it there. I think it was yesterday. There was an article in the New York Times which said that, if I can find it here, the article said that an attack against Israel may have been placed on hold by Iran. And maybe it won't even be the kind of attack that happened in April. That was yesterday in the New York Times. I don't know what's happening. We'll have to see. J-Bomb has been listening all week at work. Thank you. Thanks, Miguel Nino, for your kind words. I think we should do one more poll question. One more poll question? How about one more poll question? What should the poll question be? We're going to do one more poll question. Oh, I have a good one. Will there be more than one Trump-Harris debate? That is the question. Will there be more than one Trump-Harris debate? That is what I want to hear from you. I'm posting it right now on Twitch. Okay, now I'm going to show you what people said about it. If you give me a moment here. All right, here is a Reuters article. Candidate Walz, Democratic stalwarts, whip up Chicago convention. That's that article there from Reuters, and we are going to show you what people had to say. Oops, that's not going to work yet. Let me see what you guys are saying. Will there be more than one Harris-Trump debate? Our YouTube viewers say mostly no. They say mostly no. 70% say no on YouTube. How about Twitch? What does Twitch have to say? Let's see. Our Twitch viewers say, you'll know in a second, 62% say no. So about a third of you combined, maybe something like that, say yes. And the majority of you say no. I honestly don't know. Eric Acosta says the standard has been 3 debates. Is that true? I would have to go and look up how many debates there usually are. How many debates were there? Last time. Wikipedia probably has this. U.S. presidential debates. Wikipedia. According to Wikipedia, in 2020, there were 2 debates, 2 presidential debates and 1 VP debate. I'm looking at Wikipedia right now. U.S. presidential debates. Before I look at that, thank you for voting. Thank you for voting in our poll. The first general election, presidential election debate was 1960, Kennedy-Nixon. Okay, so in 2020, there were 2 presidential and 1 VP. In 2016, there were 3 presidential and 1 VP. In 2012, there were 3 presidential and 1 VP. In 2008, there were 3 presidential and 1 VP. In 2004, there were 3 presidential and 1 VP. In 2000, there were 3 presidential and 1 VP. So I would say, but in 2020, there were only 2 presidential and 1 VP. I don't know why that was. That because of the pandemic? I don't know. Anyways, what our viewers said though is it does seem like that recently most of the election years have had 3 presidential and 1 VP. I do not think there's going to be 3. I don't know, though. Thank you again, Zach A., for your support. Oh, you know what? I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. As J-Bomb points out, we have had one. Right? We have had one. I wasn't thinking we'd had one because there hasn't been a Harris-Trump debate, but there's been a Biden-Trump debate. So there already has been one. So if there are 2 Harris-Trump debates, that makes 3 presidential debates. Interesting. Okay. All right. Yes, BlackBerry Gaming says technically we've had one. Surge Deb thinks Trump is too scared to debate. Well, he's going to do one debate. On the September 10th debate, it's going to happen, supposedly. Andrew M. says, I'm not sure she has answers for the hard questions. Epistemic Gig thinks Harris will freeze up. Steve Miller says, I'm more interested in a Vance Walz debate. A quick mention. If you have questions or if you have a feedback about the modding, please ask the mods first. The mods all have, on each platform, have their own contact email or there's a contact form. And please go to them first because they're in the chat. They're reading the chat the whole time. They know what's going on. They want to hear from you. So if you have a question about it or a concern, go to them first. Then if you talk to them and you don't reach some sort of agreement or understanding, then message me. But if you message me, I'm going to direct you to them anyway to look into it because I'm doing the broadcast. So if you message me during the broadcast, I read the chat sometimes, but how much I can't see all of what's going on. I don't understand the context. So please reach out to the mods first if you have any kind of modding question. And they will talk to you about it. And the mods will tell you where you can reach them. Okay? That would be awesome. Okay, guys, it is 12:17. I think we're getting close. I think we've been busy today. We covered the Trump rally. We covered the Trump rally today. And then we covered the protest that started before the convention and was continuing during the convention. And then we covered the convention. Busy, 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 busy. Yeah, I'm getting messages about modding stuff, and I got to direct that to our mods. Okay, we'll deal with this after. People are messaging me during the broadcast. Okay. Danielle Klingenberg says it's been a very long day for everyone. Okay, guys. We are going to start wrapping this up. But I really appreciate you joining for our coverage today. Thank you for being here. And we will, of course, have coverage tomorrow night of night 4. Let's shout out our moderators, by the way. Thank you so much. They have been here all day with us, moderating you guys. Cynthia Moon, Ruth Krafasi over on YouTube. Thank you so much. And all of our other YouTube mods. We could not have chat rooms without our moderators. We could not do it. So huge shout out to them for keeping it civil and respectful over there. They are awesome. Over there on Twitch, all of our Twitch mods, including people like I Got That Fire, Sarah, Surly, Devin, all of the others who have been there today. On Facebook, Paul Anderson and Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley, Ava Knight, and all of our other Facebook mods, Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thank you so much to our moderators. And also thank you to everybody who donated. So nice of you guys. Very much appreciate your support for the channel. You are the ones who allow the channels to exist. You allow me to buy footage, like the footage we were showing you of the protest and the debate. So really appreciate your support for the channel. If you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv, but big thanks to you. And thanks to all the viewers for watching. And thanks for chatting and for letting me read your comments and questions on the air and for writing me during the broadcast. I'm sorry I can't get addressed all the comments on the air that you write to me, but I really appreciate you writing. Keep them coming. What else? Subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. Most of you who are still around at this point probably know the channel, but we cover all kinds of live breaking news, Agenda Free TV. Subscribe and follow. And turn on notifications. We have a notification system. It's free. It works awesome. You sign up once and you get sent a notification every time we go live. It's really reliable. It's done through Discord. The mods will post the link to the notifications. You can get the link in the description of this broadcast too on Facebook and YouTube. Sign up for the free notifications. It works really well. Also, at the same link, you can check out our Discord chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not live. A lot of our viewers like doing that. It's also free. Check out the Discord at the same link as the notifications. My brain's not working anymore. And what was I going to say? Thanks to our Discord mods too. Really appreciate all of your help over on Discord. And what else? What else can I tell you? Oh, really quick reminder for those who watch on YouTube, which is that if you subscribe on YouTube and you want to get the notifications, you got to do more than subscribe. You on YouTube, to get the notifications, you need to click the notifications bell and choose all notifications. There's a bell there. You got to click that bell and activate it and then choose all notifications so you get the YouTube notifications. I will post news when I am not on the air. I post breaking news stuff on my X account, which is @Lookner. So follow me there for news coverage @Lookner. I'm not going to get into it now. I posted a story from ABC 7 News. Was it New York? LA. But there's a report this is being reported a lot of places. ABC7 Chicago reported that a DNC breakfast at a hotel in Chicago, that they said that several women allegedly entered the hotel and began putting unknown objects onto tables that held the food, and sources told ABC7 Chicago they had put maggots on the tables. So that is reportedly being investigated by the Chicago police and the FBI. Just to let you know in case you didn't see that. But follow me on X. I post news there. Do I have anything more about that real quick? Is it in here maybe? Is it in here maybe? Hang on. Yes, I got it. Allegations of food contamination are being investigated by Chicago police and FBI. Associated Press. Chicago police and the FBI are investigating food that was reported to have intentionally been contaminated this morning, Wednesday morning, at a DNC breakfast at a downtown hotel. Multiple female suspects entered the Fairmont, Chicago, which was hosting a breakfast for delegates at the DNC, and began placing unknown objects onto tables with food before leaving the area around 6:45 a.m., police said. One person who ingested the food was treated by medical personnel and released at the scene. The Fairmont Hotel confirmed the disruption, saying the staff acted immediately to clean and sanitize the area, ensuring that the event could continue without further incident. Earlier this year, activists released hundreds of mealworms, maggots, and crickets at the Washington, D.C. hotel of Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, to protest the war in Gaza. This article doesn't say it was maggots, definitely, but the other one says ABC7 Chicago said it was. Anyways, just to update you on that story. Waltham says, no way acceptable by anyone, any belief, any party. I hope we don't have two sides in our chat about that. Hey, thanks so much to Rita. That's so nice of you, Rita. I really appreciate your support. Rita, thank you, Rita. Okay. Follow Agenda Free TV on Twitch as well, because I post programming updates there at Agenda Free TV. All right, I want to do some shout outs here. Shout outs to our Twitch subscribers, people like Tegrity Farmer Bob, Uller Uprising, I Got That Fire, Fweeky Beats, Great Gosh, J-Bomb. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch, so nice of you. Jack's Animals, and all of our other subscribers over there, thank you. On Facebook, thanks to our subscribers, Robert Real II, Margaret Riley, Kayla Rabadi, Eve Richards, Lou Green, Jane Summers, all of our subscribers on Facebook, thank you. And our YouTube members, thank you so much, Riri Patton, UV Lightning, Jesse James, Salt of the Earth, Barry, Wickedest Witch, Waltham, Krista Baresi, Rita, CAC813, JD, Asia Sims, Randy J. Thanks to more of our members on YouTube, Terry D24, Andrew M. Colley. Did I say Wickedest Witch? I can't remember. Sonic Teal, Jesse James, Dr. McRib, Noah, Ronan, Adir, Regina, Surge Deb, Amnesia, Pops, One, Catch 22, French Toaster, Amy, JD, and all of our other YouTube members, thank you so much. And all of our other viewers, thank you. Tom Sands, is that how you pronounce it, Tom? New Yorican, Joseph, thanks for watching. Paula Thompson. Paula says she has really enjoyed all of these 3 nights. Thanks, Paula, for watching. Nicolette Parker as well. Dennis Britt as well. And everybody watching, thank you. All right, it is time, guys. It has reached that time. It's been a very full day. Hey, thanks. They call me Taj over there on Twitch for watching as well. It's been a very full day. It is time. Okay, guys. So thanks for joining us. Tomorrow night, night 4 of the convention Also, we might be doing protest coverage during the day. I'll have to see how that all goes, but we could have coverage of that. Okay? So, thank you again for watching. That is it for now, and we'll see you soon with more live coverage of the convention and other things right here on Agenda Free TV.